An Unexpected Reunion. By R33sesPieces. Chapter 1, Climb. The first thing Remus had to do after James and Lily died was climb out of a deep pit of grief and rage. It took 6 months of waking up sobbing in a cold bed and weekly visits with a mind healer. No thanks to the order. Dumbledore empathized that everyone Remus loved was in jail or dead, but really, Mr. Lupin, he had students to care for. Finally he could muster the energy to do more than lie in bed and despair over how he could love someone capable of such betrayal. The next thing Remus had to do was find a place to live. He both loved and hated moving into the Welsh cottage he'd inherited when his mother passed, where ivy climbed the walls and morning glories bloomed on the fence. Living in her space was a constant pull between sweet, nostalgic memories of her baking in the kitchen and the bitter ache of her absence. But it was his, and it was paid for, and he was a werewolf who struggled to maintain a steady job, so he moved his meager belongings and pulled down the ivy and repaired the cracks in the mortar where green tendrils had pushed it loose. If he imagined the mortar sealing the cracks in his heart made by long, dark hair and clever gray eyes, sealing the pain out and the love he couldn't shake in, that was for only Remus to know. Then he had to fight. Remus used his key to Sirius's. No, his Gringotts vault for the last time, pulling thousands of galleons out to hire a solicitor to rescue Harry from Lily's sister, feeling a spiteful sense of delight in using his money to obtain custody of his godson who he had betrayed. He spent months fighting the system. Fighting Dumbledore. Months climbing the walls at night as he tried to rip the judicial system to shreds the same way the now lonely wolf ripped apart his body every full moon. Finally the Wizengamot determined that, as he was technically still married to James and Lily's technically appointed guardian, they didn't have any legal reason to keep Harry from him. Then, Remus had to raise Harry. Being a single parent to a toddler was no small task, but Remus suddenly had joy in his life again. He decided to raise him primarily in the Muggle world, out of the spotlight of wizarding society. He got a job at a Muggle school, where Harry learned maths and reading. He was enchanted by his son. He watched Harry climb trees. Climb into his teachers' hearts. Climb onto the Hogwarts Express as Remus waved him off from the platform, happy and healthy and loved. Chapter 2, Afraid. Sirius knew the meaning of fear. He was pretty sure he'd been afraid continuously since he was 12 years old, returning to Grimmauld Place for his first Christmas after he started at Hogwarts. There may have been a brief reprieve when he'd moved in with the Potters, but even then he'd been afraid his brother would take the mark. And then he'd agreed to join the Order as a stupid, idealistic 18-year-old and spent the next 3 years in a constant state of fear. Afraid his friends would die. Afraid his lover would be torn to shreds by werewolves. Afraid he'd never get the chance to make things right with his idiot brother. Sirius had the miserable honor of having all his worst fears come to fruition, of knowing he was right to be afraid. The only thing he'd been wrong about was Remus, and he hadn't taken into account that Moony would be left alone for more than a decade to rip himself apart. Maybe he was 3 for 3 after all. Sirius's longest intimate relationship was with fear, but still he'd never known panic like he felt when he saw the picture on the front page of Fudge's Daily Prophet, Wormtail perched on the Weasley kid's shoulder, living in Harry's vicinity in prime to strike. He wasn't surprised by the all-consuming flare of rage, flushing his body, making his head spin and his skin prickle. But anger's almost instant replacement by an ice-cold, bone-chilling terror was unexpected. He didn't know he had the capacity left to feel this degree of frantic. He transformed into Padfoot, hoping to temper his fear. The only thing Padfoot could think was protect. Save. Protect. Bite. Act. He developed a plan. He starved himself until he was skeletally thin, eating only enough to keep him from becoming weak and prevent his bones from breaking. He started an exercise routine in his cell, push-ups and running in place to increase his strength and stamina as much as he could on such a meager diet. Then he shifted into Padfoot and he ran. Run. 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 Swim. 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 Run. Run. Hide. Sleep. Eat. Eat. Run. 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 Sirius lived his life as a dog and worked steadily south, toward Ottery St. Catchpole, where Molly and Arthur had lived during the war. Harry was surely a Gryffindor, and the Weasley kids were around his age. If he was lucky, he could catch the rat and see his kid at the same time. After 2 weeks of hard travel, of split paws as a dog and sore muscles as a man, he saw a familiar crooked house under the full moonlight. He slept until mid-morning, then moved in to spy on the family. As he crept closer, he caught the unmistakable scent of baking bread, sugar, and a slight whiff of smoke. He caught the sight of a very familiar, yet all too different head of black hair in the garden. There was no mistaking Harry as anyone but James's son. Love, Padfoot thought, thumping his tail in delight as he wriggled closer. Love. Joy. Love, love, love. Then the breeze shifted, and he smelled Earl Grey tea. Half-melted chocolate. Springy forest moss. Moony. Pack. Home. 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 Chapter 3, As the Crow Flies. Padfoot hid beneath the bushes of the Burrows' garden, using every last reserve of patience to stay. He knew his estranged husband would almost certainly stun first and ask questions later, especially if Harry was around, and he couldn't risk it when he was unarmed and very outnumbered. He sniffed the air, trying to scent the rat, but all he could smell was the tantalizing aroma of Moony, earthy and tangy and fresh off a full moon. He didn't smell quite the same way he had when they lived in London. No cigarettes, for one thing. The general cling of smog and curry from the place next to their flat was also missing. It wasn't surprising he would give up their one bedroom when he adopted a baby, but then where would he go? Padfoot inhaled again, this time catching something floral and maybe a bit yeasty. He smelled different, but also the same. The way he smelled before, when they were kids, returning to Hogwarts after a summer at home. Wales, then. Probably the cottage with the morning glories and the rose bushes and Hope Lupin's home-baked bread. He backed away slowly, barely rustling the bushes, so he could become serious again, a form that allowed him a little more freedom to think and plot and strategize. He could stay and try to catch the rat. Or he could go to Wales and try to convince his husband he was innocent. On the one hand, the rat was here. On the other, it might be easier to catch him and keep him and prove his innocence if he had someone around with a wand to help. Or even someone who could reliably move around the world with thumbs. Trying to sneak into a home while in dog form was going to present a challenge, doorknobs were just one of his many weaknesses. Sirius tried to tell himself this was a logical decision, not an emotional one, but honestly he didn't care. He was going to Wales. He set off on the 5-day journey, trekking across Devon and Wales as the crow flies, or, in his case, as the dog runs. He arrived where he remembered the familiar cottage to be, but there was nothing there. He shouldn't have been surprised, Moony was a dab hand at protective spells and he wouldn't leave Harry open to attack. The cottage had to be magically hidden. He settled in the field across from where the white picket garden gate should be, hoping the long grass would hide his form, and waited. Chapter 4, Brambles. Padfoot waited in the field across from Remus's cottage, slinking on his belly through the heather as he tried to remain hidden. Every so often, he thought he saw a glimpse of a gate or some vines, maybe once a little bit of wild black hair, but for the better part of a week Remus and Harry stayed where he couldn't see them. He knew they were there, though. He could smell them. Fuck, they smelled so good. Like earth and moss and tea and honey and sunshine on freshly laundered clothes. Both different from how he remembered them, but still identifiable as home. As his. He whined pathetically, aching for a chance to see his husband or his boy again. Desperate for them to reveal themselves. Finally he got his chance. He didn't know where Remus had gone. Frankly, he didn't care. All he knew was Harry had just walked through the gate and Padfoot could see him. Did he like animals? Would he play with Padfoot? Had Remus warned him to be wary of big black dogs? There was only one way to find out. Padfoot crawled out of the heather, approaching Harry with a wagging tail and lolling tongue. His mouth was pulled into a wide doggy grin. The boy startled at first, but then he held out a hand. "Hey buddy," he said, scratching underneath Padfoot's chin. His tail thumped against the ground in delight. "Who do you belong to, huh? Do you have a home?" Padfoot whimpered, glancing in the direction of the cottage and licking Harry's wrist. "No. You must not. No collar, and your coat is all full of brambles. You look like you've been outside for weeks." Padfoot whined again, giving his tail a couple weak twitches. He nosed at Harry's palm, the boy obliging his request and petting the scruff of his neck. "How about I get you cleaned up, and we can go from there? If I'm lucky, Mooney will let me keep you, okay?" Padfoot wagged his tail so hard his entire body wiggled, and he couldn't stop himself from putting his paws on Harry's shoulders and licking a slobbery kiss up the side of his face. Harry giggled, wiping the dog slobber away. "Okay. Come on, boy. Let's go home." Harry called, whatever mission that pulled him from the safety of the garden long forgotten. Padfoot trotted alongside him. His invitation from Harry was apparently enough to get him through the wards. He could see the old brick cottage, the well-maintained garden full of rose bushes and morning glories, and about 50 meters into the woods behind that had been hidden before. Oh, how he would have loved to have been here. To have lived here with Remus and Harry, sharing dinners and stories and kisses. Instead he ruined it all by chasing the rat. He just couldn't contain his canine instincts. Harry brought Padfoot inside, putting him in the small bathtub and scrubbing him clean with shampoo for the first time in ages. This was the most human Sirius had felt in 12 years, regardless of which form he was in, and his eyes closed in contentment as Harry scrubbed away over a decade of dread and grime and misery. When he was clean, he shook himself dry and plopped on the porch with Harry to laze in the sun. He wasn't sure what would happen when Remus came home to discover a convict with his child, but Sirius thought it probably was best if he didn't find him stretched across the sofa like he owned the place. After a couple hours of lounging and several rounds of fetch, Sirius heard the flu flare in the living room. "Has," called a familiar voice, soft and husky and so beloved. "What do you want for supper?" "I was thinking we could." Remus banged the storm door open as he came onto the porch, his beautiful golden eyes widening and tan skin draining of blood as he caught sight of Padfoot. "Fuck." Chapter 5, Shudders. "Fuck," Remus hissed emphatically. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." He raised his hands to his forehead, squeezing them tightly as he turned away. Maybe this was a hallucination he could get rid of if he just applied enough pressure to his skull. Like pressing on a wound to make it stop bleeding, clearly something in his brain was out of place. Suddenly he realized he'd just turned his back on his child and a mass murderer. What the fuck was wrong with him? He whipped back around. "Harry, behind me. Now," he barked, drawing his wand. Harry looked at him, confused, but slowly lifted himself off the porch from where he'd been cuddling the dog. The dog whimpered softly, his tail twitching a few times as Harry patted his head. No, not the dog. Sirius. The man who had killed Harry's parents and Remus's best friends. Remus's estranged husband who Harry didn't even know existed. Oh, this was so fucked up. When Harry was finally behind him, Remus positioned his body like a shield between the two and Sirius transformed back into his human body. His hands were up to show Remus he was unarmed, and though his clothes were torn and bedraggled, the man himself was surprisingly clean. He looked good, actually, except he was half-starved. He was far too thin, Remus wanted to bring him in the house and feed him a month's worth of good meals. He shook the thoughts in his head loose. No. No, that wasn't right. He wanted to bash his head between his mother's pretty red shutters. That was the appropriate response for the person who betrayed you, killed all your friends, and left you stranded with a baby you didn't know how to care for. That's what he wanted to do. It's not what you think, Sirius rasped at him, voice hoarse and graveled from lack of use. I didn't do what you think I did. I can explain. Please let me explain. Harry's in danger. Fuck. This evening really wasn't going to go as planned. Kitchen. Now. You won't leave my sight. Remus backed himself and Harry down the steps, allowing plenty of room for Sirius to pass by. He watched as Sirius walked through the house and settled at the table on the far end, still within Remus's eye line. Remus pulled Harry to his front so he could see his face in his periphery, though his eyes never left Sirius. Harry, you're to flew to the Weasleys and not come home until I collect you. You'll need to ask me a security question only I'd know the answer to once I get there. Something that we've done together in the last 12 years. Is that clear? Moony, that's Sirius Black. I know it is. That's why you need to go. Tell Molly I had to go to Hogwarts to sign some paperwork for the new job, and it's taking longer than expected. Don't tell them why you're there, and don't tell them you've seen him unless I haven't come by tomorrow night. If that happens, have them bring you straight to Dumbledore. Harry opened his mouth to argue, and Remus cut him off. Do not argue with me. I'm the adult in this situation, and it's my job to keep you safe. He's probably lying, but if he isn't, I need to know what's going on. Go. Harry stepped into the flue, whispering the burrow quietly enough that Remus hoped Sirius couldn't hear, and he clenched his jaw. Now all he had to do was survive a confrontation with his husband. Chapter 6, New Chapter. Remus came into the kitchen, wand still drawn, and opened the cupboard to the right of the sink. His eyes kept flicking anxiously between Sirius and his search in the cabinet. Whatever he was looking for, it wasn't giving up its position readily. Sirius opened his mouth to start explaining, and Remus held up a hand to silence him. Not a word until you get this Veritaserum in you. Sirius nodded, accepting that as a reasonable measure. He placed his hands flat on the table in front of him and held as still as possible, hoping his willingness to cooperate would allow Remus to focus and speed the process. After another half-minute of searching, vials clinking as they fell over, and a variety of creatively phrased curses, Sirius couldn't help himself. Just summon it, for Godric's sake. Fuck you, was the reply, followed by a silent flick of Remus's wand and the cupboard door closing. Remus settled into the chair across from him, setting the vial down between them. I'd ask if you were fine with drinking this, but frankly, I don't give a fuck. Drink it, we'll sit in silence for 5 minutes, then I'll start asking questions. Sirius slid his hand forward slowly, grabbing and uncapping the potion. He tipped the full contents down his throat, maintaining eye contact with Remus the whole time. His hand didn't so much as tremble. He couldn't say the same thing for Moony. His entire body was visibly shaking. As they sat in silence, Sirius studied his husband. He looked good, better than he had at the Weasleys, but that was the morning after the full and was to be expected. He was aging gorgeously, the bastard. He had flecks of gray running through his hair now, and there were smile and laugh lines around his eyes. His features maintained some of the mischievousness of his youth, and he still had that little triangle of freckles over the left side of his lip that Sirius had kissed 1,000 times. Merlin, how Sirius had missed him. Moony had been his entire future once, and now here they sat in dreadful silence while the love of his life waited for a potion to kick in so he could trust him. Technically, this is illegal, you know, Sirius pointed out, just because he couldn't bear the silence any longer. It had been 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Remus snorted. Like I give a shit. Just because I was clever enough not to constantly have detention at Hogwarts doesn't mean I liked following the rules any better than you did. I was just better at not getting caught. I remember, Sirius said, eyes misty as he thought about the tricks Moony had allowed them to pull off where he and James alone surely would have been caught. He knew he should stop, honor Remus's request for silence, but the potion was already working and he knew it'd feel so good to tell the whole truth. I'd be mad if you didn't make me take it. It's your job to protect Harry, and it's more than the Ministry did for me, really. Remus gave him a sharp look. The mention of Harry was apparently a bad idea. Quiet. No more until the potion is working. Sirius nodded, looking around the lived-in kitchen. Based on the number of dishes and Muggle appliances around, either Harry was a surprisingly adept chef for a 13-year-old, or Remus had learned to cook in the last 12 years. He glanced at the clock, 4 minutes, 32 seconds. You've done a great job with him, you know. Not that you care what I think. He was incredibly kind to Padfoot today. Took him in, gave him a bath, fed him some leftovers because he looked hungry. It had Moony's compassion written all over it. Remus ground his teeth, watching the remaining seconds tick by as he ignored Sirius's compliments to his parenting. 3, 2, 1, he mumbled, then his gaze flickered cold and he met Sirius's eyes. What was the last thing you said to your brother, Regulus Arcturus Black? Try to lie. Sirius flinched. He was not pulling any punches, was he? He felt the words form themselves on his tongue, and they were out of his mouth before he even had tried to change them. I told him to fuck off. If he was going to put in his lot with them, I'd be happier if he died. Sirius had never taken Veritaserum before, and he was surprised by the euphoria he felt when he answered such a painful question. Is that how it worked, then? Less coercion to tell the truth, more chasing the high of absolute honesty. It was better than sex. The way he remembered sex, at least, though Azkaban might have robbed him of some nuance there. He pushed the thought away, that wasn't the point right now. Effective, then. Good. Remus nodded. Now. Are you now, or have you ever been, in service of the wizard known to his followers as the Dark Lord, and to general wizarding society as Lord Voldemort, he who must not be named, or you know who? No. Remus's jaw flexed. Did you betray James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort, resulting in their deaths on the night of October 31st, 1981? No, Sirius answered honestly and without hesitation. Remus's eyebrows drew together, his next question a little more of an inquiry and a little less of an accusation. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew? Not for lack of trying, but the little rat outsmarted me. Remus sucked in a sharp breath, eyes darting between Sirius's as he tried to piece the puzzle together. Sirius almost started spilling the whole story just to put him out of his misery, but he knew Remus was more comfortable being in control of the situation. He could allow him that kindness. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? No, I was a decoy. Peter and I swapped. Peter Pettigrew was their secret keeper, and he has access to Harry now. Remus's jaw dropped open, and Sirius could sense it. This was it, where they turned the page, where they started a new chapter. He was finally going to get the chance to tell his story, and maybe, just maybe set things right. Tell me everything. Chapter 7, Eternity in Waves. It took Sirius nearly an hour to tell the whole story and answer Remus's questions to his satisfaction. At one point, he was worried Sirius was going to have to redose, and Remus had no idea where he was going to find more Veritaserum on short notice. Technically, it was illegal for him to possess it at all. It probably would have helped if Remus had been more specific in his initial question. Veritaserum didn't differentiate between the literal and the figurative, so Remus had to cut him off when Sirius really had started telling him everything. Once Remus clarified his questions and Sirius finished explaining how he had wound up in Azkaban, framed for 2 murders he thought he'd done everything to prevent, Remus was convinced of the story's truth. It lined up with what he remembered from that time. It actually made more sense than the idea that Sirius would have betrayed James, and it had the extra incentive of proving innocent the man Remus had spent over a decade trying his damnedest not to love. Remus's usually quick and clever brain felt like it was swimming through treacle. It took him an eternity to process the consequences of their past actions. The emotions passed over him in waves as his mind sifted through the new information. First, it was white-hot anger, the incandescent rage he'd felt towards Sirius for the last 12 years, normally buried under a thick layer of parenting and work and mundanity, burst forth anew as it transferred to its new target. Remus rarely felt the pull of the wolf outside the full moon anymore. He'd made peace with his lot in life, and as he accepted it, the wolf settled. But now the wolf was clawing its way to the surface, snapping and snarling and feral, wanting nothing more than to tear his former friend apart. Anger at Peter spread to anger at the system that put Sirius away, at ministry officials more concerned with their track record and their tough-on-crime stance than whether actual justice was being served. As his fury crested, Remus realized some was reserved for himself. For his lack of trust in his partner. For his unwillingness to ask the right questions. To ask any questions at all, really. He was no better than Crouch. Suddenly, the peak of his wrath plummeted to the despairing trough of guilt. He believed the worst about Sirius, a man he had loved since he was 15. The person he'd vowed to spend his eternity with. He'd let his husband rot in Azkaban for 12 years, for fuck's sake. What was wrong with him? And he'd robbed Sirius of so much time, so many memories with Harry. He should have been here to see Harry grow, see him learn. Witness his first accidental on-purpose magic, read him bedtime stories, take him out for ice cream for that perfect maths score he was so proud of, quietly giggle at the awkwardness of Mr. Ollivander as they bought his wand. The guilt spilled out of him in a flood as he blinked back tears, thinking about all the things he'd unintentionally stolen from Sirius and Harry. Oh. Harry. The guilt was replaced by a tidal wave of fear. Remus stood up so quickly his chair toppled to the floor behind him. Sirius's eyes were wide, hands up in a defensive gesture, as though he feared Remus may still attack. "I have to go," Remus announced, and he turned on his heel with a crack. Chapter 8, Woolen. Remus landed at the edge of Arthur and Molly's property feeling like he'd been hit by a jelly-legs jinx. The last 2 hours had really been far too much for him. Between Sirius's sudden appearance and the information he shared that shifted the world's axis, he was actually proud of himself for being able to stand. He apparated full of adrenaline, but now that he was here, Remus realized he might have made a tactical error. Woolen jumper, woolen brain, woolen courage. He always had been the worst type of Gryffindor, running headfirst into a conflict but unable to do the brave thing once he got there. What was he supposed to do now that he was within strangling distance of the person who got his son's parents killed? He couldn't very well just demand Ron show him his pet rat, could he? If he did, would it cause Peter to spook and run? He needed a plan, not to barge in making insane demands and get caught harboring a fugitive. No, that was the best way to lose Harry, his new job, and his freedom. He had to take his time. Strategize. But right now, he needed to pick up his kid. Remus knocked at the door and was met by a pleasantly smiling Molly. "Just come in, Remus, you know you don't need to knock. The way those boys live in each other's pockets, you practically live here as well. Thank you for looking after him, Molly. I had to sign some paperwork for the new position at Hogwarts, and I was there longer than I expected. Werewolf complications, so what else is new?" Remus lied. No one ever asked questions about werewolf problems. It was the only positive thing about his condition and he was absolutely willing to take what little he could get. "Is Harry ready to go home for the night? It's been a long day of travel and I'd like to get back, if you don't terribly mind." Oh, you poor thing, you should have just let us keep him tonight. You know he's never any trouble, Molly chided him. Remus cringed. He would quite literally rather die than let Harry share a room with Peter fucking Pettigrew ever again. He forced a smile. I know he loves to be here, but we have some things to take care of tomorrow, so I need him home. The boys are all playing Quidditch in the orchard. Head on over whenever you'd like. Thanks, Molly. When Remus got to the family orchard, he was grateful the Weasley kids were so busy with their pickup game that none of them followed an unusually concerned Harry to Remus's side. What was the name of the kid who broke my green crayon in first year? Harry asked after he landed, keeping a safe distance. Timmy Finley. I know as a teacher you can't have favorites, but I couldn't stand that kid even when he got older. Harry grinned at the admission. Remus's filter may have been a bit broken at the moment. Now your turn. Where did we go for your 9th birthday? Nowhere. I was sick and slept all day instead. 2 weeks later, we went to Cornwall. Good man. We need to go, Remus instructed urgently. Now. Say goodbye to your friends, we'll talk about it all when we get home. Harry's shouted, bye, was barely out of his mouth when Remus whisked him back to Wales. Chapter 9, Reintroductions. 20 minutes after Remus had abruptly disappeared from his kitchen with a loud crack, he was back with Harry in tow. Sirius hadn't so much as scratched his nose in the time they were gone. He was so stunned to be believed and then left unattended that he really didn't know what to do with the sudden comfort and freedom. It felt fragile, like any movement might break it. Hazza, did you eat at the Weasleys' house? Remus directed to an open-mouthed Harry. Harry nodded, never pulling his eyes from Sirius's face. Sirius couldn't make himself look away either. Harry did look extraordinarily like James, though there were some fine distinctions that people less familiar with him would probably miss. The eyes, obviously, were all lily. But so was the Cupid's bow of his lips and the way his nose turned up just a little at the end. The hair and the staring were all James, though, poor boy never could stop himself from looking. Sirius and I still need to have dinner, but I want you to stay here anyway. The three of us have some things to discuss, Remus instructed as he started bustling around the kitchen. Sirius, I hope you're fine with cold cuts. I was going to make curry tonight, but it's getting late and we have a lot to talk about. Sirius couldn't stop himself, he barked out a laugh. Remus, I've been eating whatever rodents Padfoot could catch for weeks, and I was in Azkaban for 12 years before that. If you gave me a sandwich that had mustard, I might die of sheer joy. Remus froze for a moment with his head in the fridge. Sirius could see the tense line of his shoulders move up and down as he took several steadying breaths. Apparently, that information upset him. Good. Sirius may have been a touch bitter. Remus shook himself and continued, placing 2 sandwiches and some crisps on the table a few moments later. Sorry, it's not much. We'll start feeding you better tomorrow, I promise, Remus apologized. Really, Moony, it's good. Remus withdrew from the nickname. That was overstepping, then. Good to know where the line was. I'm just grateful you didn't kill me on sight. Remus's eyes flicked to Harry to see the look of utter shock on his face at the implication his guardian could kill anyone. Okay, well, that was never going to happen. Worst case scenario, I would have stunned you and turned you over to the authorities. Right, Sirius agreed, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Second, formal introductions are in order. Or, more accurately, reintroductions. Sirius, this is Harry. He just had his 13th birthday and is starting his 3rd year at Hogwarts in a couple weeks. I know how old he is, Remus, Sirius practically growled. I was there when he was born. Sirius heard Harry's breath catch, and Remus flinched. There were a lot of things Harry didn't know, apparently. Remus started again with a resigned sigh. Harry, this is Sirius Black. He was James and my roommate at Hogwarts. your father's best friend, and your parents named him godfather when you were born. I was able to gain custody of you over your aunt and uncle because Sirius is your rightful guardian, and I am his husband, which makes me your rightful guardian by extension." Harry reeled back like he'd been struck, and Sirius leaned aggressively toward Remus. They immediately started talking over one another. "Duh, what are you even talking about? You've never even been on." "Remus, did you say aunt?" "As in Lil." Remus held up a hand to each of them, asking for silence. They granted it. "I know this is a lot to take in, and I fully intend to cover all of it with both of you. Harry, I'm sure you'll be upset with me for hiding all of this. This discussion is going to be really important for your safety, so I need you to stay with me until it's over, then you can righteously storm upstairs and rail at me, as I deserve." Harry sat back, a mutinous glower on his face. That look was pure Lily. "Sirius. You missed a lot. I'll catch you up as best as I'm able, and you can yell at me where appropriate as well. Merlin knows you're justified. Are we all ready to continue?" Sirius made a noise in his throat that was more fitting for Padfoot than his human counterpart, but he nodded. Remus gave Harry the abridged version of events, telling him about the Fidelius charm and how Sirius was assumed to be the secret keeper, and about how Sirius and Peter had quietly switched places. He gave a high-level description of the crime Sirius had supposedly committed but made a point of leaving out some of the gorier details, and he explained that Peter had faked his own death to pin everything on Sirius and get away. "So where is he?" Harry asked, jaw clenched. Sirius could see fury in his eyes, like he planned to hunt down Pettigrew himself. Remus put a steadying hand on Harry's knee. "We think we know, but we need to confirm where he's at and how we're going to obtain custody of him. Before I tell you." Harry opened his mouth, but Remus held up another hand and increased his volume to talk over him. "Before I tell you where he's at, I need you to promise me you will allow me to handle this. Under no circumstances are you to speak to anyone else about this, and there will be absolutely no looking for him on your own. Do you understand?" Harry crossed his arms and slouched in his chair. He mumbled an answer Sirius could barely hear. "What was that?" Remus asked, tone a little sharp. "I said he killed my parents," Harry repeated sullenly. Remus's features softened for a moment before he schooled his face into carefully practiced neutrality. He covered Harry's hand with his own, speaking gently. "I know he did, Bear, but that's part of the reason you need to leave this to me. He's dangerous, and we need to go in with strategy to make sure we can bring him to justice. For you, for your parents, and for Sirius, who has spent the last 12 years in the worst imaginable place for a crime he didn't commit. Can you promise me?" "I promise," Harry mumbled, looking no happier about it than before. "Thank you," Remus said, stroking his thumb across the back of Harry's hand. He took a deep breath. "Can we move on?" Sirius and Harry nodded. "Harry, Peter is an animagus just like Sirius is. Just like your father was. His animal form is a rat. Sirius and I believe Peter is hiding at the burrow as Ron's pet," he explained, looking like the words tasted sour coming out of his mouth. "Scabbers?" Harry asked, stunned. "I'm afraid so." I was shocked, too. "But surely you understand why that means you can't go to Ron's house until we get this sorted, and it's probably safer if Ron doesn't come here either. We can't risk letting Peter inside the wards." "What?" Harry shouted this time, shock replaced by outrage. "He's my best friend. You can't do that." "Actually, I think you'll find I can, Harry. I'm not happy about it either, you know I don't want to discourage you from seeing your friends. This is a temporary measure. We'll tell them we've decided to go on a last-minute holiday before term starts. Ron won't be mad at you, and it'll give us some time to make a plan. Are we clear?" Remus asked, tone making it evident this was an instruction to be followed, not a discussion to be had. Sirius took a moment to admire how well he was controlling this situation. He could imagine how any of them would have responded to this direction as 13-year-olds, and it was not with the quiet, albeit reluctant, acceptance Harry was displaying. Honestly, authoritative Dad Mooney was pretty hot. Harry nodded once, clearly unhappy with this development, and grumbled something under his breath. "Yes, you may go. Send an owl to Ron if you want, let him know you probably won't see him until just before school starts. I'll be up in a little while." Remus dismissed him from the table. Harry pushed his chair back, the legs squeaking angrily across the floor, and stomped up the stairs to his room. Remus rested his elbow on the table, shutting his eyes shut and squeezing the bridge of his nose between his thumb and first 2 fingers. He took 3 very deep, very measured breaths, and turned to Sirius. "What about you? Do you need to get a bit shouty, get it out of your system, or would you rather figure out how to get the rat out of my son's dorm?" Sirius rankled a little at "my son." Harry was first and foremost James and Lily's son, and he would have been our son if Sirius had better control of his temper and hadn't gone after Peter in the first place. The impulsive instinct to fight hadn't served him well where Pettigrew was concerned in the past, however, so he considered his choices. They could talk about this later. "Let's plot," he said decisively. Chapter 10, Floral. The next week was the happiest in Sirius's memory. Granted, the rest of his memories were fuzzy and distant and leached of all their color after more than a decade of being Dementor food. But still, he was having a good time. He had 7 blissful, floral-scented days in the garden planted by Hope Lupin, playing fetch and napping in the sun and trotting along with Remus and Harry as they went to town for groceries. He knew he was the only one enjoying himself. Tension wrapped the little cottage like a thick blanket. Sometimes, Padfoot could literally smell it. Harry was sullen and moody, barely speaking to Remus at all. On the rare occasions it was unavoidable, every word came out with a degree of utter disdain only attainable by wrong teenagers. He was evidently quite displeased with Remus for withholding the fact that he was married to the man who had betrayed Harry's parents for his entire childhood. Fair enough, Sirius supposed. Harry also tended to avoid Sirius, eyeing him warily from across the room and keeping his distance. He liked Padfoot, though. Sirius wasn't surprised, he'd always loved the big black dog as a toddler, and Sirius suspected Harry sometimes forgot he and the dog were one and the same. He'd come outside, find Padfoot sunning himself on the porch or panting on the burnt August lawn, and rest his head down on his furry black chest. Padfoot would lay absolutely still, except maybe for some twitches of his tail. He didn't want to scare the boy off, and if he was particularly careful and dog-like, Harry would talk to Padfoot like they were friends. Remus, on the other hand, was a bundle of frazzled nerves wrapped in the body of the quintessential host. He was stiff and formal, which Sirius found equal parts insulting and amusing from someone who he'd shagged within an inch of his life more times than either of them could count, but Sirius understood. He could feel the guilt, with just a touch of anger, rolling off of him at all times. He made full, heavy meals 3 times a day, feeding Sirius so many rich foods he could barely stomach it. After years of subsistence in Azkaban, followed by weeks of intentional near-starvation as he hunted Peter, anything more than unsweetened porridge and toast felt like too much. Remus kept feeding him anyway, eyes running up and down Sirius's too thin body as he pursed his lips, sliding a few more pancakes or another slice of roast or scoop of curry on his plate. Sirius was grateful, and already he was starting to recognize himself in the mirror. He had access to shampoo again for the first time in years, and he convinced Remus to cut his hair short so the mats were gone and his curl pattern may be able to come through as it grew. He'd always been bigger than Remus, but just now he was so thin, he was wearing his husband's clothes and cinching them with a belt. Having nothing of his own, he got to spend all his time wrapped in the scent of Mooney, in shirts worn soft with repeated washings and trousers he had to roll once to stop from stepping on the hems. The two of them spent hours in the evenings plotting and planning and scheming how to get their hands on Harry's best friend's pet. Some plans were too simple. Some were too convoluted with too much room to fail. All of them included some degree of involvement from Harry, which both men were keen to avoid. Sirius knew this was important business and he'd never be fool enough to say it to Remus, but he almost felt like teenagers back at Hogwarts planning a prank. Yes, this was more important than flooding the dungeons. Harry's safety and Sirius's freedom were on the line, after all. Still, the late nights bent over spell books and maps of Diagon Alley felt familiar, painting a little bit of color back into Sirius's memories from their school days. One night, Remus slipped and called him "Pads" by accident. Sirius felt like he was floating for 24 full hours. The whole thing was awkward, and Sirius knew he and Remus were going to have to address the state of their relationship at the end of the war eventually. Regardless of the tension, it was the best week he'd had in longer than he could remember, and he savored every warm, golden second of it. Chapter 11, Subtle. The planning sessions Remus had with Sirius were frustrating to say the least. Remus felt like all they did was go around in circles. Sirius's plans mostly revolved around committing a murder and figuring out how to spin it as an accident on the back end. They usually didn't address how to even get to the murder phase. Remus explained and prodded and coaxed him to understand that things operated differently now. 12 years after the war everyone was less frantic. Peter would have to face an actual trial, and that was Sirius's only chance at regaining his freedom. Remus understood how a decade of ruminating on revenge would make it difficult to switch tracks, and Sirius had never been the most forgiving at the best of times. But Remus also desperately wanted Sirius to be properly free, and he needed Sirius's help to make that happen. On their third planning session, sitting in a kitchen that had been silenced and muffly-autoed so heavily it made his head buzz, Remus finally had enough. "Sirius, we need to be subtle about this. We can't just burst in there, grab the rat off Ron's bedside table, traumatize the kids, and expect everyone to be fine with it," he said sharply, rubbing at his temples in frustration. Sirius let out a dismissive pft while he waved his hand through the air in front of him, swatting away Remus's words. "We won't kill the rat in front of him. We'll stun him so he can't run and do it outside." Remus blinked at him a few times, taking a deep breath in through his nose before speaking through gritted teeth. "I need to know you can see how that's not any better." "How is it not better, Remus? Harry is safe, there's no chance Pettigrew will escape, and Ron doesn't witness a murder. Ticks every box." "Sirius," Remus said, volume increasing. "No murder at all. This needs to be handled within the justice system." "System didn't feel very just to me," Sirius grumbled, folding his arms over his chest and slouching in his chair. "Merlin and Morgana," Remus muttered under his breath. Honestly, it was like having two teenagers. He sighed, reached across the table, and rested his hand on top of Sirius's. Sirius stared at the point of contact, body tense and frozen in place like Remus had petrified him. "Look at me, Pads," he said softly. Sirius's wide silver eyes snapped to his face, mouth agape. "I know what happened to you was wildly unfair. I know I played no small role in that, and I'm sorry I didn't fight for you. I should have. I should have known you'd never betray James. We have to deal with the way things were at the end of the war, and it's going to take a while for you to trust me again. I understand all that, and I want to work on it together." Remus's eyes pinned Sirius in place, never breaking his focus as he spoke earnestly. Then his tone changed, moving from gentle and understanding to firm. Authoritative. What he thought of as his disciplined voice. "But first, we need to make sure Harry's safe, and to do that we need to come up with a viable plan to capture Peter," he insisted. "I don't want my kid to grow up in a world where violence is commonplace, Sirius. You saw the way he looked at me when you said you expected me to kill you on sight. I want him to keep looking at me like that, like he doesn't believe I could harm anyone, and I want him to see you the same way. I want us to be a refuge where he can be safe, not an adult he has to worry about losing if we can't control our temper." He bit his lip, voice trembling though he fought to keep it steady. Please. Please, Sirius. No, I have your best interest at heart, too. I want you to be able to stay here, as long as you want, and be a part of our lives. But to do that, we need to follow the right channels so we can clear your name. Please, tell me you understand that. Sirius stared at him in tense silence for several moments, eyes flicking rapidly between Remus's face and the tabletop where their hands touched. Slowly, he nodded, one side of his mouth twitching briefly upward. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I want that, he agreed, voice barely above a whisper. I want all those things, too. Remus withdrew his hand and took a deep breath, rubbing his palms against his eyes. Great. Let's start again, then. Chapter 12, Restrain. The evening of August 24th, over the mincemeat pies he made for supper, Remus cleared his throat cautiously and made eye contact with Sirius before he addressed Harry. Sirius didn't love every aspect of this plan, but it was the best they'd come up with and seemed likely to work. Harry, Sirius and I have a plan to capture Peter, and we're going to need your help to do it. We'd like to discuss it with you. Harry, who had been pushing carrots around his plate and studiously avoiding eye contact, perked up at the idea of being included. The boy was so like James, he would have been furious if he'd been sidelined in any kind of mission, too. Still a little formal and stilted, treading cautiously after their arguments over the last week, Remus continued. I called Molly this morning to tell her we're back from our holiday and ask if she wants to meet us at Diagon tomorrow to pick up your school things. Then, we're going to spend the night at the Leaky Cauldron and do some Muggle tourism in London the next day. There are a large variety of free museums that Arthur would find fascinating. Harry wrinkled his nose. I'd rather go to a football match. Sirius saw Remus bite his lips together briefly as he tried not to laugh, and his eyes met Sirius's again for a moment. Sirius now owed him a week of dish and laundry duty. Remus had predicted that response, word perfect, when they discussed reasons they could stay in London for the night. I know you would, but unfortunately for you, and for poor Arthur, we're not going to do either. While the rest of us are off shopping, Sirius is going to use the invisibility cloak, sneak into the room you and Ron are sharing, and cast imperturbable charms over everything so Peter doesn't have any escape. When we get back, I'll follow you into your room under the guise of dropping off your bags, seal the door behind me, and catch and restrain him there. If all goes according to plan, we'll all be far too busy giving our statements to the Ministry for Muggle History or Footy. Harry nodded slowly, thinking through the plan. So my helping is, going school shopping and having a sleepover with my best friend. That's correct. Harry threw them both a look that clearly stated how unimpressed he was by that degree of help, and that expression, right there, was pure, unadulterated Remus. Sirius couldn't contain the snort that fought its way out of his nose, and both Harry and Remus turned to look at him. I'm sorry, he apologized, still working to control a laugh. It's just, Remus, he looked so much like you. It's the same face you made when you knew we'd charmed your socks to mismatch themselves in your drawer, but you didn't catch us, so you just quietly tolerated it until the charm wore off. Remus's mouth twitched up at the memory, and Harry let out a surprised guffaw. I actually think I just wore mismatched socks until all those pairs got holes, Remus said, smiling softly at Sirius across the table. Any other questions? Remus asked Harry once they all returned to their previous stoic state, though the baseline tension had lessened considerably. How's Sirius going to cast imperturbable charms over our rooms? He doesn't have a wand, Harry pointed out. I'll steal one, Sirius shrugged, and Remus pursed his lips and raised an eyebrow at him. Borrow. I will borrow one temporarily without permission, and then return it to its owner once the charms are cast. Take mine, Harry said instantly. Remus and Sirius both shook their heads. No. No, Harry, we aren't going to let you wander around Diagon Alley with Peter Pettigrew unarmed. Why not? Harry asked. I'll be with you anyway, duh, and it's not like I'm allowed to do magic outside of school. And he's been around you without running for years now. I don't need it, and that way Sirius doesn't have to risk getting caught picking someone's pocket. Sirius turned to Remus, allowing him to make the final call. He was technically the one responsible for Harry's well-being, and the kid had a point. Remus slowly nodded, seeing the logic of Harry's argument. Yes, I think that's fine. I'm okay with Sirius using your wand if both of you are. Sirius hesitated. It had been years since he'd been a functioning member of Wizarding Society, and Remus insisted things were different now. Still, the idea of sending Harry out into the world without the means to protect himself gave him pause. His eyes flicked to Remus, who gave him a little smile and a minute shrug. It was his call, then. I think that will work. Thank you, Harry. No problem, Harry responded with a tight smile. I don't want you to put yourself at risk any more than you have to. Sirius wasn't sure if Harry's concern was for him, specifically, or if caring for others was just the unavoidable nature of James and Lily's kid being raised by Remus. He also knew Harry, at age 13, probably thought of his wand as more of a tool and less of a weapon. Hopefully he got to keep seeing it that way. Regardless, Sirius felt something warm spread through his limbs, making his fingers tingle and his heart soar as he considered that Harry had freely offered to do something to protect Sirius. He loved this kid. He wasn't sure Harry was ready to love him back just yet, but he'd spend the rest of his life trying to earn it if he had to. Sirius snapped back to attention when Harry asked another question. Duh, you have a better sense of smell even when you're human because you're a werewolf, right? Yes, that's true, Remus agreed, eyebrows drawing together as he considered where Harry was going with this. And Sirius, you too because your animagus is a dog? Sirius nodded. Won't Pettigrew be able to smell that Sirius is there? Especially because he's still in his animagus form. Remus hesitated. Well, it's possible, I suppose. Sirius should smell more like me now, though, between the environment and the clothes. And it shouldn't take him long to cast the charms, there should be plenty of time for his scent to dissipate before we get back. How do you know he smells like you? Have you sniffed him? Harry asked bluntly. That was all James, too. Remus blushed a surprising degree of red under his summer array of freckles. No, I haven't sniffed him, Harry, we aren't actually dogs. I can tell from here that he's fine. Well, I think you should, just to be safe. What if he still smells more like himself than you think and Pettigrew catches it and runs? Sirius was highly amused by Harry's line of questioning and the way it was visibly making Remus squirm. That is, until Remus asked. Would it make you feel safer if I smelled him, Has? Yes, Harry replied with an amount of attitude only a 13-year-old could muster. As a matter of fact, it would. Remus stood and walked to Sirius's side of the table, pulling him up by the arm when he was within reach. Sirius felt his eyes widen as Remus's eyes searched his, silently asking permission. Sirius nodded, just barely, and Remus moved closer so he could bury his face in Sirius's neck. Sirius felt himself tense, straightening his shoulders and clenching his fists to stop himself from wrapping his arms around Remus's waist. Some habits just die hard. I'm sorry, Remus murmured quietly, his warm breath ghosting across Sirius's collarbone while his nose pressed against the thin skin between his neck and his shoulder. Sirius fought the shiver that threatened to roll up his spine. Remus switched his face to the other side of Sirius's neck, now nuzzling behind his ear as he tried to scent him. Fuck, Remus whispered, barely audible. He pulled away, making Sirius's eyes snap open. It was only then that he even realized they'd fallen closed. Remus looked over his shoulder at Harry, still sitting at the table. You're right. He still smells like Sirius. We're going to have to figure out a way to disguise it. Good catch, Hazza. Thanks for the input, and thanks for agreeing to help. You're very welcome, Harry said smugly, bolting from the kitchen before Remus could ask for his help with dishes. Remus and Sirius both drew in one long, shaky breath. Well, shit. Chapter 13, Honey. Harry went to bed early, looking forward to seeing his best friend for the first time in a week the next morning. Sirius stayed up to help Remus gather supplies and talk through the plan one more time. After Remus and Sirius had checked and double-checked and triple-checked they had all their gear, Remus sighed. "We have one more big issue to address," he said, avoiding Sirius's gaze. Sirius nodded. "The smell." Remus snorted. "I mean, I was going to try to be more tactful than that, but yes. You still smell like you. Have you considered any solutions?" Sirius asked, eyes trained on Remus's face. Remus nodded. "For one thing, I was thinking you should probably wear the clothes I wore today. Something that has me, fresh and all over it." "And for another?" Remus bit his lower lip, which was suddenly quivering. He looked up at Sirius briefly through his long eyelashes, his anxiety clear. "I think we probably should sleep together tonight." Sirius's eyebrows climbed nearly to his hairline. "I guess you did make me dinner, though normally I don't put out for less than lobster." Remus flushed, looking directly at his shoes. I mean, not sleep together, he stuttered, clarifying as Sirius bit his lip to keep from smiling. Remus finally looked up and relaxed when he saw the amusement clear on Sirius's face. Remus shoved him in the shoulder. "Shut up. You know what I mean." Sirius laughed, nodding. "I was going to ask if you didn't offer. We don't have access to polyjuice, so I can't turn into somebody else. You and Harry leave for Scotland in less than a week, and we need time where you can act on my behalf to get everything started. It has to be tomorrow. I thought I'd do a Ventus before I leave, but I think our best bet is to get as much of your scent on me as possible." "Exactly," Remus agreed, leading Sirius awkwardly toward his bedroom. Sirius stripped down to his, Remus's, boxer briefs and a t-shirt while Remus changed into some ratty old flannel pajama bottoms. The pair crawled into bed and Remus turned out the light. They lay next to each other, stiff and not touching, until Remus began to snicker. "I'm sorry," he said through a giggle, trying to catch his breath. I'm sorry, it's just, so ridiculous. What are we even accomplishing here?" Sirius had always found Remus's laugh contagious, and in no time he had tears of mirth streaming down his cheeks. "Like this? Nothing. I might as well be in the guest room." They continued to cackle, the mattress shaking as they fought to catch their breath. "Godric, this is so stupid," Remus gasped, stretching an arm wide. "Come over here. You'll end up clinging like a limpet anyway, and that's our goal. Might as well embrace it." Was that a pun? Might have been, yeah. "You're such a fucking dad." Sirius shuffled over and rested his head on Remus's chest. Remus, still giggling softly, wrapped him tightly in both arms so his torso was completely encased. He started nuzzling Sirius's hair, trying to cover it in as much Mooney as possible and sputtering when a stray curl got into his mouth. "You know, maybe we should just shave your head. How does your hair still smell like expensive shampoo? I know for a fact the only thing that exists in this house is 3-in-1. I've been meaning to talk to you about that, actually. How do you expect Harry's hair to ever be anything but a bird's nest if you don't buy him any conditioner?" Remus snorted, his warm breath tickling Sirius's scalp. "I'm sorry, do we not remember the same James Potter? His hair is hopeless. The conditioner would be for you." "Nice try, love." They both froze, Sirius's breath hitching and Remus breathing out a long, wobbly exhale. He shifted beneath Sirius's cheek so he could stroke Sirius's curls with one hand and his arm with the other. They lay in silence for a few minutes, silent but for the soft sounds of fingers running through Sirius's closely cropped hair. Sirius thought maybe Remus was going to fall asleep, maybe he was imagining the tension in the chest he was using as a pillow, when finally Remus spoke. "Pads?" he asked, the word shaking in tentative. "Yeah, Mooney. Are you going to be ready to talk about it soon? The end of the war, I mean. Us." Switching secret keepers, he took a quavery breath and continued in a small voice. "The fact that I didn't fight for you." Sirius flinched. Remus paused for a second, allowing Sirius time to formulate his thoughts, but soon continued his gentle touches. Sirius buried his face in Remus's side. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I don't think I've had time to actually feel any of it yet. Not for real, anyway." Remus hummed noncommittally, the vibration beneath his ear a signal that Sirius should continue. "When I was in Azkaban, nothing I felt was really my own. My obsession with Pettigrew, with revenge, it wasn't happy, so I got to keep it, but the Dementors took everything good from me so I had nothing left to soften it. It was the same with my grief for James and Lily, my guilt for suggesting the rat be their secret keeper." He paused, considering, then swallowed thickly. "The pain from missing you. I felt your absence like a hole in my soul every day for 12 years, Remus. Even if the Dementors tried to give me the kiss, it wouldn't have worked. Everything that mattered to me was here, with you. In there I was just a shell." A tear slid down his nose and dripped off the tip, making a tiny damp spot on Remus's shirt. Remus wiped it off gently. Reverently. Sirius couldn't remember the last time another person had seen him cry. Sirius felt Remus's ribs trembling beneath his cheek, could tell he was working hard to give him room to express himself without pressure. He drew in a shaking inhale. Fuck, he missed cigarettes. 15 years ago, this conversation would have at least included the low hum of nicotine in his veins. Since I escaped, everything has been so bright and colorful and joyful in comparison, I don't feel like I can trust any of it. I can't tell if this is who I am now, or if some of the shine will wear off and everything I've been trapped with for 12 years will finally catch up with me." Remus nodded, his lips barely brushing against Sirius's hair. "I will tell you one thing, though," Sirius offered, voice hoarse as he dragged his courage, kicking and screaming, from the depths of his gut. "When things have settled, when I am ready, this is what I want. This is what I'll be working toward." Sirius could hear Remus's heart speed up from his position on his chest. Had that been a mistake? Did Remus not feel the same? Would he kick him out now? Having Mooney and Harry at a distance would be so much better than not having them at all. He tried to backtrack, to set it right so he could stay. "That is, if that's what you wanted. I'd understand if you didn't." "Of course I want this," Remus breathed, barely audible. "Of course I want you. I've always wanted you." Sirius felt another tear run across his nose, and he squeezed tighter with the arm he had flung over Remus's middle. "I never stopped loving you, Sirius. Not for 1 second. Even when I hated you, I still loved you," he said, staring intensely at the ceiling when Sirius moved to try to read his face. "Actually, the fact that I still loved you might have made me hate you more. Because how dare you? How dare you make me love you so much that even when you didn't trust me, when I thought you betrayed the only other people in the world I cared about, I could still want you. Could still ache with emptiness when I would wake up and you weren't beside me." Sirius propped himself up on one elbow so he could see Remus in the light of the waxing moon streaming through the window. His golden love, honey eyes swirling with emotion, honey curls sticking to his forehead in the August heat, honey voice rolling out of his mouth. Godric, but Sirius wanted to kiss him. Taste the sweet words dripping from his lips. Lick the heavy hesitation right off his tongue. There was always the chance he could be stung, but he'd take that risk 1,000,000 times over if it meant he could have him. Remus lifted his head, finally willing to meet Sirius's eyes, and cupped his cheek. He ran his thumb along Sirius's bottom lip, barely a ghost of a touch. It took all of Sirius's willpower not to suck it into his mouth, run his teeth against the pad, and lave around the tip. Just when Sirius thought the tension was too much, he was wound too tight, if he didn't get to taste his moonie he might explode, Remus moved that delicious, teasing thumb to Sirius's cheekbone and spoke again. But I'm not there yet either, Pads. I spent 12 years trying to erase you from my life. Remove you from my thoughts. Excise you from my heart. I can't unlearn all those habits in only a week, and I want to be able to give you everything you deserve. I need some time to untangle it all. Please, just give me a little time. Sirius deflated, collapsing back down to resume his position on Remus's chest. I can give you time, he grumbled, trying and failing to control his disappointment. I still want you to stay, Remus said hopefully. I want you to keep living here while Harry and I are at school, and I'll flew home on the weekends, and in the evenings when I can. Once we clear your name, you can come visit me. Maybe watch some of Harry's Quidditch matches. He's the Gryffindor Seeker, did he tell you? Sirius shook his head. Just like Reg, he murmured. Just like Reg, Remus agreed. They lay in comfortable silence, Remus still rubbing his cheek into Sirius's hair while Sirius ran his fingers up the ladder of Mooney's ribs. I hate that you're such a fucking responsible adult, he complained, smiling when Remus let out an emphatic ha. Can't we be irresponsible and have a cheeky, ill-advised shag? Just this once. No, sorry Pads. Peter shared a dorm with us for 7 years, 2 of which were while we were dating. He's well aware of what it smells like when we've shagged. I think that would probably be counterproductive for more than one of our goals. Pity, Sirius mumbled, snuggling in closer. He always hated it, the spite would have been a nice bonus. Remus laughed again, squeezing his arms tightly around Sirius one more time. I can't argue with you there. I have always been highly motivated by spite. Go to sleep, Sirius. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow. They fell asleep, chest to chest and legs intertwined, just like they used to. When Sirius woke in the morning, it was the first time he hadn't accidentally shifted into Padfoot in his sleep in longer than he could remember. Chapter 14, Chilly. Sirius, who had never needed much sleep in the first place, got through his night in Remus's bed without a nightmare for the first time in years. As such, he was up before everyone else and set about making breakfast. When Harry shuffled into the kitchen, stretching and yawning in the morning sunlight, Sirius was just putting the first 4 slices of French toast on the griddle. Harry moved into the space next to Sirius and filled the electric kettle with water to make tea, humming absently to some song in his head. His demeanor was decidedly less chilly this morning than it had been up to this point, whether it was due to his inclusion on their plan to capture Pettigrew or the fact he was going to see his best friend after a week apart, Sirius wasn't sure. Do you mind if I warm that magically? Sirius asked. I want a little bit of practice with your wand before this afternoon, I'm rusty, and wands sometimes act up when someone new tries to use them. Harry hesitated. Mooney doesn't like it when tea is made with a warming charm, he says it tastes funny. I'd forgotten about that, Sirius smiled softly, a vague memory surfacing of a very excited Remus when they moved into their dingy London flat after Hogwarts. He'd been absolutely ecstatic to have electricity again. Most of their cooking back then had been done the Muggle way, simply because that's all Remus knew from his Muggle mother and Sirius knew nothing of it at all. The only thing either of them had really gotten the hang of was breakfast. He actually can taste a difference, I was never able to understand how. Harry thought for a moment and scowled. Actually, please do it with magic. Sirius paused, considering whether he should intentionally ruin Remus's tea. On the one hand, Remus had been nothing but kind and welcoming to Sirius ever since Padfoot had showed up, barring the tense but necessary exchange over Veritaserum. On the other, Harry had a right to be a little angry. It was harmless, he would do almost anything to get on Harry's good side at this point, and Sirius really did need to practice with Harry's wand. He tapped the edge of the kettle and it immediately erupted into a rolling boil. Sirius let out a cry of surprise and Harry laughed as water spilled out the spout. Whoa! Sensitive wand you have here, Harry. What's its core? Sirius asked, vanishing the mess. Phoenix feather. The wood is holly, Harry answered immediately. It must not like me much, I usually have better control than this. What do you say we try again with breakfast? Sirius asked, turning to the stove and levitating a piece of French toast to flip it over. The first one rocketed to the ceiling and got stuck there. At the table behind him, Harry let out a shout of mirth, then bit his lips to contain it. Sirius managed to flip the 3 remaining pieces without incident, but Harry was lost to hysterical laughter again when the slice on the ceiling lost its fight with gravity and fell, hitting Sirius on the head. Sirius slid all 3 onto a plate and set it in front of Harry. You know, in Paris they just call this toast, he said conversationally, catching Harry's eye as the boy groaned. I thought you were supposed to be the cool one, he complained. Sirius wasn't sure whether that was supposed to be a compliment. What good is having a bad arse ex-convict godfather if he's going to make even worse dad jokes than my actual da? Sirius turned back to the stove, busying himself with making more breakfast as he reeled. There was a lot going on in that statement. For one thing, it always took Sirius aback to hear Harry call Remus his dad. It pained him to think that Harry couldn't remember James and considered Moony to be his equivalent. Remus was clearly a great parent, Harry obviously adored him, and Sirius knew it was good that Harry had a loving father figure in his life. It just took Sirius's breath away to hear it, that was all. Secondly, Sirius wasn't sure how much he should be setting the record straight on his status as an ex-con. He was innocent of the crimes he was imprisoned for, after all, that seemed like a salient point. It had to reduce the level of badass a little, right? Was that a good thing or a bad thing in Harry's eyes? Also, was it his job as godfather to scold a 13-year-old for saying bad arse? And Sirius's jokes were great. Full stop. Sirius finished making another round of toast and settled in across the table from Harry, opting to let all of his feelings about their previous exchange go. What do you need this year for school? I hear you're the Gryffindor seeker, do you have a decent broom? Harry rolled his eyes and sighed. Yes, I have a Nimbus 2000, which Moony says is more than adequate, he said in an uncanny impression of Remus. Malfoy's rich father bought him and the whole Slytherin team Nimbus 2001s. I still beat him last year, though. Sirius smiled at the smug look on Harry's face. Yes, well, Lucius would think it was appropriate to buy his son's way onto a house team, and I'm sure Sissa would never deny her baby anything. The broom's only as good as the player, Harry. Sirius definitely wasn't trying to figure out how to get into his vault and upgrade Harry's broom without Remus knowing. No sir, he'd never undermine Moony's authority like that. Harry studied Sirius's face, biting his lip as he considered. Moony says my dad was really good at Quidditch, too, he said, his voice a little shaky with uncertainty. Oh, he was brilliant, Sirius agreed immediately. Best chaser Hogwarts had seen in years. He scored more points than all the Ravenclaw chasers combined our 5th year. And you can trust me on that, I was a beater that year and actually know a thing or two about Quidditch, unlike Moony. Harry smiled broadly at Sirius's insistence, as well as the good-natured swipe at his da. He says I fly just like him. Sirius's breath hitched. He'd always loved flying with James. I'd love to see that. Would it be alright with you if I came to one of your matches this year? If we can clear my name, that is, he clarified quickly, seeing the hopeful look on Harry's face. He wouldn't want this mission to go sideways and disappoint him. That'd be wicked, Harry said, face glowing with excitement. Moony will be there anyway, you could probably stay with him. Sirius felt his cheeks go a little pink at the presumption. Fortunately, he was saved when the man in question walked into the room. Morning, Remus greeted, ruffling Harry's bedhead even further as he walked behind him. Sirius, did you make French toast? Or, as your ancestors called it, just toast? Harry wrinkled his nose as Sirius smirked at him across the table. Indeed I did. There's a plate under a stasis charm for you. Ah, thank you, Remus said. He put his plate down next to Sirius and leaned in, sniffing him loudly and burying his face in Sirius's neck once again. Sirius couldn't stop himself from shivering. Remus gave a satisfied hum and ran his fingers through the spot on Sirius's hair that had been scourgified after the falling breakfast incident. Not perfect, but much better than it was yesterday. I think we're covered. Sirius nodded, happy with the assessment, as Remus poured himself a cup of tea. Harry's eyes flicked to Sirius's, then they both watched as Remus took a sip. He made a displeased face and vanished the liquid in his mug, standing to make it again with the electric kettle. Harry snickered, and Sirius had never, ever felt so warm. It had been years since he'd tried, but he thought if he ever had a chance to cast a corporeal Patronus again, this memory would be a good one to call upon. Chapter 15, Language. After breakfast, Harry and Remus showered while Sirius cleaned the kitchen. Sirius slipped under James's invisibility cloak when they were ready, and they all flew together to the leaky cauldron. Remus checked into their rooms for the evening, his hand frequently searching the air beside him to make sure Sirius was nearby. He'd forgotten how uncomfortable it was to try to maneuver with someone in the cloak. It was hard to be sure Sirius was there, and Remus craved the comfort of his steady presence at his side. He hadn't realized how much he'd come to rely on Sirius's constant support over the last week until he was suddenly out of sight. They moved their bags into the adjoining rooms, one for Remus and one for Harry and Ron. Sirius pulled off the cloak and ran through the plan with Remus one more time, agreeing that he'd be out no later than 3 o'clock to make sure there would be no crossover between himself and the returning shoppers. Remus checked his watch. They were supposed to meet the Weasleys outside Flourish and Blots at 11. He moved for the door but turned before he touched the handle. He was back across the room in 2 strides. Remus pulled Sirius into a tight embrace, burying his face in Sirius's neck. Sirius wrapped his arms protectively around Remus, his thin fingers gently stroked circles up and down his spine. Their bodies had always spoken the same language, and Remus welcomed the way they were still able to instinctively communicate with few words. Just having him close was such a comfort. "Hey, it's gonna be okay," Sirius soothed. "He hasn't made a break for it yet, we have a good plan in place, and then we'll figure out the rest, okay? Just like our best pranks at Hogwarts, right? You were always the brains of the operation. It'll be all right." Remus laughed thickly, nuzzling in closer. "Sirius, we spent weeks at a time in detention. I'm not sure that's the glowing endorsement you think it is. Only because our plans worked, Mooney. If they didn't, there wouldn't have been enough chaos to justify the punishments." Remus let out a noise somewhere between a laugh and a sob. He was so fucking scared. "Be safe," he murmured into the crook of Sirius's neck. He didn't want to lose him again. He couldn't. "I have the easy part, Moons. I'll be fine," he said softly. "You're the one who needs to be safe. I know you'll do whatever's necessary to protect Harry, but protect yourself, too, okay? I have a whole life left to live, and I want you in it." Remus nodded, sniffing as he straightened his spine. "I will. Don't leave home until you've heard from me or Has." Sirius agreed, and Remus went next door to collect Harry. "Harry, if anything goes wrong, you stay with the Weasleys and send an owl to Sirius telling him to stay put. I expect I'll be in with the Aurors for several hours pretty much no matter what, so maybe you should just plan on staying with Ron tonight," Remus coached. Harry gaped at him indignantly. "I'm not going to just abandon the two of you." Remus took a deep, calming breath in and out through his nose. Why did 13-year-olds think they were adults? "Has. I know it's frustrating. But you wouldn't be abandoning me, we've already hired a solicitor. We've got to go through the whole legal process and do this correctly. I need to be able to trust you to keep yourself safe while I work through it, okay?" Harry looked at him sullenly, but he nodded. "Thank you, Harry," Remus said, ruffling his hair as they approached a gaggle of gingers and 3 curly-haired brunettes in front of the bookshop. "Good morning, Molly, Arthur. And Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Lovely to see you again." "Harry." "And Remus," Molly greeted. Molly was always kind, if a bit overbearing, and she loved Harry like her own. Remus had no doubt he'd be fine while Remus was detailing the whole tale for the ministry. "How was your trip? Ron said your letters weren't very forthcoming." Molly was also incurably nosy. "Oh, you know, it was great. Just a way to spend a little time together before the bustle of school," Remus said vaguely. "Shall we get a move on, then? I can take Ron and Hermione with me so you can focus on getting the others things." "That would be lovely, thank you, dear." Arthur was going to bring the Grangers to the Leaky, get them set up for the night and finalize plans for tomorrow, so I think that's everyone sorted, then. Molly agreed, and the parties all went their separate ways. After a quick trip through Flourish and Blots, an extra sickle transporting the books back to his room at the Leaky Cauldron via a vanishing box, they were off to quality Quidditch supplies so Harry and Ron could ogle the new brooms. There was a new model on display, a firebolt that cost a truly exorbitant number of galleons that made Harry turn to Remus with wide, pleading eyes. "No, Harry. Please, Moony. Malfoy's got a better broom than me. He almost beat me in our match last year. I can't lose to him, I'd die." "You better think about getting a job then, kiddo. There's no way I'm buying you something that costs what I make in a year and could kill you." Harry crossed his arms and actually pouted, looking eerily like he had when he was a toddler who was told it was bedtime. Honestly, as long as he didn't drop to the floor in a tantrum, Remus thought it was kind of cute. From there they got a new set of robes. 13-year-olds just would not stop growing. Harry was already an inch too tall for the robes he'd gotten at the beginning of the summer, refilled the kids' potions ingredients, and grabbed an ice cream cone from Fortescue's. "I'm thinking about getting a pet," Hermione said thoughtfully, eyeing Magical Menagerie in Elop's Owl Emporium across the street. "I need somebody to look at Scabbers, too. He's been looking ill ever since we got back from Egypt." "Maybe the weather didn't agree with him," Ron added, leading the way to the stores. "Interesting. After they got back from Egypt would be right around the time Sirius escaped. Maybe the rat was getting nervous." Harry must have had the same thought because he looked over his shoulder at Remus, who nodded and drew his finger to his lips in a shush motion. If they were lucky, Pettigrew would be weakened enough not to put up much of a fight. They pushed through the door to Magical Menagerie, the bell over the door ringing their entrance into the dim shop. Near the door was a treasure tortoise with a jewel-encrusted shell that glinted even in the low light. Remus reached out to stroke a gem and it fell to the floor of the cage. He raised a skeptical eyebrow. A few steps deeper into the shop, there was a white and brown spotted dog that had the slightest fork in the tip of its tail. "Purebred Krupp, 150 galleons," read the tag. That dog was almost entirely Jack Russell. While Remus didn't approve of getting a pet that was specifically aggressive towards Muggles, he also wasn't sure he approved of defrauding customers. As Ron approached the counter, Remus kept a safe distance by facing a rounded mirror in the corner. In a cage on the high shelf in front of him was a large ginger cat that had to be at least half Kneazle. It watched him with wary eyes but gradually moved closer, purring when Remus pushed a finger into the crate to pet its side. Remus reached up to let it out and cuddled it close to his chest. He'd never admit it to Sirius, but he loved cats. "Hi, sweetheart," he said softly, scratching the animal under its chin. "Careful with that one," warned the woman who had just appeared behind the counter. "Crookshanks has an attitude, doesn't like a single person who works here." "Wonder why not," Remus said dryly. "Oh, look at him," Hermione cooed, coming over to relieve Remus of his charge. The cat curled up contentedly into her chest, nudging her hand with its head to signal she should keep stroking it. The woman at the counter wrinkled her nose at them and turned to Ron. "And what can I do for you?" "My rat's sick. Do you have anything for him?" Ron asked, gently pulling the animal from his pocket and placing him on the counter. Remus turned away quickly, studying the rat as closely as he could in the rounded security mirror. He was distorted, but Remus had seen Peter change a million times, and now that he was searching for it, Remus could smell his familiar scent from across the room. That was him. "That fucker," Remus mumbled to himself as Ron and the shopkeeper bargained. "Language, Mooney," snickered Harry, who had wandered closer. Hermione was making her way to the counter with interest. The girl was incapable of missing an opportunity to learn. As she drew near, the cat jumped out of her arms and hissed, arching its back and spitting at the rat on the counter. The rat jumped down and streaked across the floor, the cat at its heels. Fuck 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 shit fuck," Remus muttered to himself as he pointed his wand at the door to seal it shut. "Kids, I need that rat. Ron, you stand behind the counter so he can't go that way. Harry, Hermione, try to help Crookshanks. I'm going to try and lock this place up." Harry snapped into motion right away as Hermione and Ron gaped at him. "Now," he ordered, his urgent tone propelling them into action. He closed the door behind the counter as the shop owner looked on in indignation. "Excuse me, sir. You're going to have to leave," she attempted, trying to push the group toward the door. "Do you want to keep the kid's pet?" "Maybe you would, the ethics around this place are clearly deplorable. Purebred Krupp. Really?" Remus asked derisively as he moved around the walls sealing up holes. Harry was crashing around the shop and knocking into cages in his attempts to catch the rat. Hermione was crawling under the tables after Crookshanks, trying to catch the cat instead. Crookshanks was chasing Wormtail, moving his prey slowly toward a corner. Cages were rattling, every animal in the shop was on edge, and there was a cacophony of squeaks, squawks, yowls, and yips. It was utter bedlam. "I'm calling the Aurors," the woman sniffed, grabbing a piece of parchment to send for the authorities. "That would actually be the first helpful thing you did, thank you." Having cut off every route of escape he could find, Remus joined in the chase, herding kids, cat, and rat all in one direction. Wormtail streaked through 3 pairs of legs, trying to get to the back of the shop. Remus drew his wand, pointing it at the scurrying rat, and shouted, "Immobilis." The rat froze mid-step, eyes darting around wildly as Remus picked him up. Outside, there were several pops as Aurors arrived on the scene. "Hello, Peter," he said coldly as he held him in his palm. "Long time no see." "Harry," Ron asked, wide-eyed. "Why's your da talking to my rat?" Chapter 16, T. As soon as Remus and Harry had left, the latter of whom bid Sirius goodbye with a surprise hug that shook him to his very core, Sirius set to work. He slipped back under the invisibility cloak just in case someone happened to cross him in the hallway. He unlocked Harry and Ron's room, closed the door silently behind him, and started casting. Honestly, after the amount of planning and work that preceded it, the actual act itself was almost too easy. Between Harry's very enthusiastic wand and Sirius's desire to be done quickly, he was in and out in under an hour. He cast a quick Ventus, airing out the room so it wouldn't be noticeably stale or noticeably Siriusy, then disappeared from Mooney's room with a pop. He looked at the clock. 12:30. He could expect at least another 3 hours before he heard anything, so he took a nap. When he woke up, it wasn't even 2 yet. He sighed heavily. It was going to be a long day. He went out to the garden, deciding some physical labor would keep him busy and wear him out. He weeded and trimmed and pruned until he had thorns in his thumbs and splinters in his palms. It was 3:15. He spent 15 minutes healing said injuries, then 15 more cleaning the dirt from beneath his fingernails. 4:45. Sirius went into the house and put on a record, an old Zeppelin album from their teen years. He told himself he'd hear something by the time it had played through. He told himself the same for the Bowie he played next, and the Queen after that. He fixed a pot of tea. He spent 45 minutes rearranging the furniture, just to spend another hour putting it back again. He made more tea and drank it at the kitchen table, drumming his fingers on the laminate top the entire time. He didn't eat, he just watched the clock as it ticked from 8 o'clock to 9, then 9:30, then 10. He stared longingly at the door like the lonely dog he was, ready to tackle Remus or Harry and smother them with his love the second they crossed the threshold. He made a third pot of tea, just to give his hands something to do. He didn't drink it. He glared at this steam pouring from the spout as though it were responsible for his restlessness and anxiety. He fell asleep slumped at the table sometime around 1, still waiting for word. He woke the next morning with sun streaming through the kitchen windows, a crick in his neck and panic running cold through his veins. He looked around the empty house for whatever could have awoken him to finally find an owl tapping at the window. Chapter 17, Sweet Dreams and Mint Leaves. Remus had planned to capture Peter quietly. Cast silencing spells on Harry and Ron's room at the inn, vanish any object that was making him hard to catch, stun him. Done in 15 minutes. That plan went to hell, of course, and the owner of Magical Menagerie had Aurors on the scene before Remus even nabbed Peter. Ah, well. Nothing he could do about it now, all their best pranks had contingency plans at Hogwarts, too. Remus had just really been hoping he wouldn't have to use this one. When the Aurors brought Remus into the ministry, he and the kids were put in a waiting room with some low-level grunts who thought he had lost his mind. He was talking to an old garden rat like it had greatly wronged him, for Merlin's sake. Clearly he needed the spell damage ward at St. Mungo's. Then they recognized Harry, and all hell broke loose. In the frenzy of activity that accompanied this discovery, Pettigrew tried to make a break for it no fewer than 4 times. Fortunately for Remus, Harry had taken custody of him when they'd been brought in. He was the youngest seeker Hogwarts had seen in a century and had an iron grip. That rat wasn't going anywhere. After Pettigrew's 4th attempt at escape, Remus had enough and moved to Plan B. "Excuse me," he said, trying to get their attention. "Excuse me," he raised his voice, but they continued to talk as though he wasn't in the room. He sighed. He banged his fists on the table hard enough to rattle the ink pots. "Oi!" he shouted. Ron and Hermione looked at him with wide eyes. Neither of them ever heard him speak louder than a mild-mannered cheer at Harry's Quidditch matches. "Tell Alastair Moody that Remus Lupin has information about Sirius Black's whereabouts." From across the room, Remus heard Hermione gasp and Ron mutter bloody hell. Even Harry's green eyes were wide behind his glasses. Pettigrew started squeaking again, scrabbling desperately at Harry's hands trying to escape. Remus seethed. If the little bastard drew so much as a drop of blood, Remus would kill him himself. One of the Aurors practically ran from the room, and Remus heard a clunking shuffle in moments. Remus took a deep breath. Moody had found both Remus and Sirius useful during the war, which was about as close to liking anybody as Moody got. He'd sealed Remus's lycanthropy record so he could go undercover with the Pax who were wary of the ministry, and his name had conveniently never made its way back on the list. Remus also strongly suspected Moody vouched for him when he took custody of Harry. However, he was always wildly paranoid. Wizards in general didn't much trust werewolves, and they hadn't seen each other in a decade. Pulling him in was a risk, but it was probably better than trying to convince a stranger. "Lupin!" Moody barked, making half the room jump. "I'm 2 weeks from retirement. As soon as this class of Aurors training tests out, I'm gone. You better not fuck this up for me." Remus smiled at him wryly. "You should be thanking me for helping you go out on a high note, then. I just found your missing escapee and righted a wrongful conviction in an afternoon." "Bullshit. If you let me keep the rat." He jerked his head toward Harry. I'll consent to veritaserum to prove it. Won't even call my lawyer. Moody clenched his jaw, eyes darting all over Remus's face as if the truth was written there already. Gimme the rat, he ordered. Harry scrambled from his chair to hand it off and Moody immobilized it again. Lupin, with me. Clearwater, track down the kids' parents and get them home. Harry can go with the Weasleys, Remus instructed the young blonde Auror Moody had addressed. I have a feeling I'll be here a while. Moody sat Remus down in a windowless room with a single steel table. He conjured 2 chairs, a stiff wooden one with a squashy taupe seat cushion for Remus and an elegant wingback for himself, and plunked Pettigrew unceremoniously in the middle of the table. Remus had to fight down the urge to laugh at the ridiculousness of the scene. What's with the rat? Moody asked straightaway. The rat is Peter Pettigrew. Moody blinked at him blankly with his dark eye, the electric blue one swiveled to the rat and stayed there. Pettigrew is dead, and last I checked the most recent animagus registered in Britain was Minerva McGonagall. Remus arched a knowing brow. That's the weird thing about registries, Moody. They only work if the targets sign on the dotted line. And I'm supposed to believe Pettigrew managed an undercover animagus transformation by himself? Moody huffed skeptically. Remus shook his head. Nah, not by himself. That's not any clearer, Lupin. Spit it out. James and Sirius helped him. They managed it our 5th year so I'd have friends, a pack to help me through transformations. Remus met Moody's suspicious glare. You remember what they were like, nothing could stop them once they set their mind to something. I'm pretty sure they would have attempted it at some point anyway, just to prove they could. Moody acknowledged, his mouth twitching up a little at the corner. He'd always had a soft spot for Sirius, though Remus knew he'd never admit it. Something about a wizard destined to be dark who turned to the light must have appealed to him. What about the Muggles? And Pettigrew's finger? Look at his front paws, Mad Eye. He's missing a digit. He blasted the street behind him, cut it off, and scampered into the sewer with the other rats. Remus cast a disparaging look at the animagus still frozen in front of him. Moody drummed his fingers restlessly on the tabletop, his piercing, dark stare looking into one corner of the room as his magical eye whizzed between Remus and Pettigrew. He must have arrived at a decision, because he slapped his hands firmly on the steel surface and pushed himself to standing. Lupin. Don't bother. Let's get this over with. Suit yourself. Mad Eye pulled a vial out of his pocket and set it in front of Remus, who uncorked it and swallowed it down in one gulp. Mint leaves. What the fuck, Moody, he mumbled, the room already spinning around him. Sweet dreams, kid, Moody responded dryly. You'll thank me later. When Remus woke up, his cheek was sticking to the table he'd been sitting at an indeterminate number of hours earlier. He sat up straight and blinked around blearily, trying to figure out anything, really. Morning, Moony, chirped a cheerful voice from the corner behind him. Remus whipped his head around so quickly it cracked. Sitting in a cot pushed against the wall in his rumpled clothes from the day before was Harry. Has. What are you doing here? You were supposed to go to the Weasleys. Harry snorted and rolled his eyes. Yeah, like that was going to happen. I wasn't just going to leave you to rot in jail. Ron's mum is so pissed off with you, Moony. Remus nodded. That was fair. I thought she probably would be. For getting a very polite and not at all forced invitation to the Auror department while I was responsible for you lot, or for letting a mass murderer sleep in her house for a week without warning her. The first one. She doesn't know about the second yet, Harry grinned, like he was enjoying himself. He was such a little chaos gremlin, Prongs would have been proud. That should be fun. Maybe it's a good thing we're off to Hogwarts next week, give her a few months to cool down, Remus mused. What did I miss? Harry's eyes lit up. Well, that Auror, Clearwater, sent an owl to Ron's mum and dad, and the whole lot of them came in to get us because Mr. Weasley didn't want to leave Ginny alone at the Leaky, and Mrs. Weasley was worried Fred and George would burn the pub down if they were by themselves. Harry spoke rapidly, barely taking a breath between thoughts and gesturing animatedly with his hands. And Hermione's parents couldn't come in because they're muggles, so then Mrs. Weasley was on a tear. He placed his hands on his hips and increased the pitch of his voice, moving into his shockingly accurate Molly Weasley impression. How can you ever expect Muggleborns to be equal in this society if the parents of a 13-year-old can't even pick up their daughter from the Aurors department? What would happen if she were to get hurt? Go missing? This is appalling. I ought to contact my Wizengamot representative. She was so mad, Moony, I actually saw one of the Aurors hide under his desk. Remus snorted. Wouldn't you? Harry shook his head vehemently and smirked. No. Ron's mum loves me. She'd never yell at me. Cheeky little bugger. Who taught him to be so charming? So then they tried to get me to leave, and I held onto my chair and was like, you'll never take me alive. I'm not leaving without my da, and Mrs. Weasley tried to get me to go, but I wouldn't budge, and then Auror Moody came out and said I could stay, Harry finished smugly. So what did you do for the next? Remus trailed off, looking around for a clock. Finding none, and his wand having been confiscated at the entrance so he couldn't even cast a tempest, he was at a loss. However many hours? Harry opened his mouth to answer but was interrupted by the door to the interrogation room banging open. He asked Auror Clearwater so many questions I thought her ears were going to fall off, then played the finest game of paper Quidditch I've ever seen, and finally passed out in here around 11, Moody recounted as he conjured up the same chair from yesterday. We're almost done here for the day, Lupin. We'll have to get an official statement from you at a later time, but I think that will just be a formality at this point. Do you need to contact anyone? There are owls if you need one. Yes, please. Do you have a quill and some parchment? Moody conjured up the requested items and leaned back in his chair as Remus wrote. Pads. We're safe. Caught the rat. Finished at the ministry. Stopping by Belle's office. Stay put. Be home soon. Moons. Harry, could you have one of the Aurors show you to the owlery to post this to the others, please? Remus requested with a significant look. Harry nodded solemnly back. After he left, Remus rounded on Moody. What in the ever-living fuck did you drug me for? He demanded. I couldn't have Harry fucking Potter's guardian confess he's a werewolf when there were other options, you dumb barse, Moody said gruffly. I sealed your registry records for a reason. I knew you'd make a big fuss and demand I do what you wanted when it was completely unnecessary. All I had to do was force Pettigrew to transform, a fifth year could have done it. And always call your lawyer, you stupid prick, maybe they'll be able to stop you from incriminating yourself next time. Bloody Gryffindors, all the same. Don't think things through. Ah, Mad-Eye, I'm touched. I hadn't expected you to trust me so willingly, Remus teased. So it worked, then. You got his confession. Moody harumphed. I always thought the story was off. Black was a lot of things. Reckless, arrogant, entirely too clever for his own good. But he was loyal to a fault. Always gave me more on that family of his than I asked for. There was no way he'd ever do anything less than die to protect Potter. Just seemed fishy to me. Wish I would have been as clear-sighted, Remus lamented. I could have saved all of us a lot of suffering. Well, if I remember correctly, Black wasn't overly sold on your innocence at the time either, Moody growled. Remus granted him that. So what happened after I so suddenly fell asleep? I used a Revelio, the rat transformed into a very scruffy Peter Pettigrew, and I applied for a warrant for Veritaserum use, Moody shrugged, as though animals turned into long-dead wizards in his interrogation rooms all the time. Just finished the interrogation now, sounds like he hasn't been up to much the last 12 years. Apparently his devotion to Voldemort only went as far as saving his own skin. He hasn't made any moves to try and find him. And Sirius's innocence? Remus prodded. Far as I can tell, the only crimes he's committed are being an unregistered animagus and breaking out of Azkaban. Between the wrongful conviction and his piles of gold, I'd say any lawyer worth their salt would be able to get him time served, Moody said thoughtfully. He pointed at Remus with a gnarled finger. Don't quote me on that, boy, I can't be seen siding with the criminals. I'd never reveal you have a heart, Moody, Remus replied sarcastically. Good. See that you don't. A knock on the door signaled Harry's re-entrance. Duh, can we go soon? I'm starving, he complained, his statement underscored by a loud stomach growl. If you would have gone with Molly as you were told, you would have had 3 additional home-cooked meals by now, Remus reminded him. He turned to Moody. Can we go? Yeah, get out of my sight, grumbled the old Auror, shooing them toward the door. Chapter 18, Peachy. Sirius scrambled to the window, half awake, to remove the letter from the tawny owl's leg. He scanned the 3 lines, all safe, got him, be home soon, disappointment at the lack of information battling with relief everyone was safe. If he needed evidence he'd grown since he was 21, last night was it, 12 years ago he would have stormed the ministry before the Queen album ended. He showered, letting the warm water loosen his tense muscles and the tangy green apple scent of Mooney's 3-in-1 shampoo wake him. Sirius really needed to convince that man to buy real conditioner, his curls didn't even reach his ears yet and they were already rebelling against the daily wash. The wards chimed as he pulled on an old pair of joggers and a concert tee from some band called the Smiths, one of Mooney's favorites. Clearly, there were holes worn along the collar. Harry burst through the door as Sirius walked into the kitchen. I spent the night in the clink, he announced proudly when he saw Sirius. You did not. You just refused to leave the Auror department, an exasperated Remus corrected as he took off his shoes. I'm a hardened criminal now, just like you, Sirius. Harry grinned mischievously, holding back a snicker at Remus's continued grumbles. The expression was so reminiscent of Prongs intentionally winding Mooney up that Sirius didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh. What were your crimes? Was it petty theft? Do I need to put my very large number of possessions under protective wards? Sirius asked, pulling out a chair for the boy and ruffling his hair as he walked to the stove. Harry giggled, Sirius actually made him giggle, and he shook his head. No, it was just a little light vandalism. His face turned stony, all the joy of the moment before gone in a blink. Pettigrew tried to run for it at Magical Menagerie. Sirius looked sharply at Remus, who was cradling his head in his hands at the table. His golden eyes met Sirius's silver and he nodded. Sirius turned back to the stove and flipped on the burner while he gathered the eggs, sausage, and his thoughts. And that resulted in the light vandalism? Sirius clarified. Yup. Harry confirmed, popping the pea. We had to trap him in the store, so Dal locked it up and told the lady we were taking over the shop. I absolutely did not say that. And then he had Ron blocked the door to the back while Hermione and Crookshanks and I chased him, and we were running around and crawling under tables and I think I knocked a tortoise's cage off the shelf, and then the lady called the Aurors but Mooney froze the rat and picked him up and was all, hello Peter long time no see, and... Sirius burst into uncontrollable laughter at Harry's bang-on impersonation of Remus. No, he didn't. Tell me he didn't actually say that, has. Harry beamed as a light pink flush spread under Remus's freckles. He totally did. It was hysterical. Remus's embarrassment became more apparent the longer Sirius laughed, which made him laugh harder, until Remus's face was a shining red beacon and Sirius was wheezing as he dished up their breakfast. He hovered the 3 plates over to the table and slid Harry his wand after he sat down. So you got arrested? He arched a quizzical eyebrow at Remus, who straightened his shoulders primly. I was brought to the ministry for questioning, which is where I was going anyway because I was carrying a mass murderer. Sure, right, of course. Remus shoved Sirius's shoulder, making him miss his mouth with his fork and bite back a smile. Harry regaled him with the tales of his evening at the ministry. Apparently they owed Auror Clearwater a thank you card for entertaining him. Sirius listened intently, nodding and laughing and trading quips with Harry as they ate. Harry had become comfortable with him seemingly overnight, watching Sirius make a fool of himself as he had to practice first-year charms, and their joint prank on Moony the morning before must have broken down a wall in the boy. So after Daw got carted off by Moody, Ron's mum, Sirius sat up straighter when Harry mentioned Moody's name. His gaze flicked to Remus, who shook his head almost imperceptibly and mouthed later. Sirius nodded and tuned back into his godson. Honestly, it was amazing he'd managed to divert his attention in the first place. Harry was quickly becoming the axis on which Sirius's world turned. He'd been living with Remus and Harry barely a week, and he already knew he was going to miss them terribly when they left for Hogwarts. When he wasn't an A, well-deserved, strop, Harry was effusive, clever, and funny. His sense of humor mirrored his Daw's, all witty jests and cutting sarcasm, but it was sprinkled with James's enthusiasm and tendency for exaggeration as well as Lily's penchant for finding the humor in any situation. Sirius adored him. And Remus was, well, Remus. Sirius had been in love with him since he was 15. They had some things they needed to work through, sure, but the inescapable pull was still there. Moon and stars, ocean and tide, they were utterly inevitable. Sirius tried not to lament the years he'd wasted, the time he could have had. The opportunity was gone. He missed his chance when he decided loyalty lay in revenge instead of a life well lived. In a husband and son well loved. But oh, he wished he had been there. To see Harry grow, to see flashes of himself the way he saw flashes of Moony, to have the trust and the easy give and take of a loving parent and child. Sirius had none of it, but he wanted it all. Harry shoveled 3 more forkfuls of egg into his mouth and pushed away from the table. I've got to go owl Ron and Hermione, Daw. They're going to freak out when they hear I spent all night in jail. Remus closed his eyes in an expression Sirius knew well. It was his I love you but also I'd love to strangle you face, and he took one deep, calming breath. They generally don't conjure a cot for you when you actually spend the night in jail, Hazza. Try not to give them too much information, okay? Just enough to know we're all safe and so are they. I don't want anything getting out that could put Pettigrew's conviction at risk. Harry nodded solemnly, his green eyes wide behind his glasses. I'll only tell them the important stuff. Remus arched a skeptical eyebrow but said nothing. Sirius heard Harry stomp up the stairs to his room. He wasn't sure how one small teenager managed to sound like a herd of erumpets. Once his door closed, Sirius turned to Remus. And how was your night in jail? Remus glared at him. Peachy. I got arrested, questioned, and drugged. When I finally woke up 16 hours later, Moody lectured me about recklessness like the paranoid bastard he is. Then I went to our solicitor's office and spent an hour getting my arse reamed by Belle for not calling him in right away. Lucky Belle. Sirius raised a provocative brow and smirked. Remus's cheeks went faintly pink and he cleared his throat. I'm not sure we're there yet, Pads. Sirius looked down at his hands in his lap. He was absently picking at the skin around his thumbnail. It was a nervous childhood habit resurrected in Azkaban, and he was finding it difficult to break. I'm sorry, he mumbled, not making eye contact. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Remus huffed, somewhere between amused and incredulous. I'm not uncomfortable, Sirius. You haven't made me uncomfortable since we were 16 and you'd walk around our dorm half-dressed and all I wanted was to touch you and I was sure you would never feel the same way. Sirius smiled, his version of the memory suddenly more vibrant. I wanted you too, you know. I could feel you watching, and I kept telling myself I was imagining it, that it couldn't be real. I'd been head over heels for you for at least a year by then, and I felt so guilty. You'd wake up wrapped around Padfoot after every full, remember? Remus nodded, a softness in his eyes that made Sirius's stomach squirm. And I knew I was the worst sort of person, because I looked forward to those few moments for the entire month, even though it meant you had to go through a painful, traumatic ordeal. I was certain it was just a canine thing, that need for pack, that you didn't want me like that. But I lived for it anyway, just so I could have a few minutes where I got to pretend. Sirius bit his lip, basking in the memory. Remus groaned in frustration, long fingers tugging at his golden hair. You're making this so hard, Sirius. I want you. All I want is you. But we're not ready. I'm about to leave for Scotland for 10 months, and you still wake up as a dog most mornings. Sirius flinched, and he saw Remus's mouth pull down at the corners. He reached out and took Sirius's hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just... He pinched his nose between his thumb and his forefinger. We weren't in a good place at the end of the war, Pads. You thought I was the spy. I bloody believed them when they told me my husband betrayed our best friends. And I'm worried that if we just pick up right where we left off, we'll resent each other for that. It was 12 years ago, Remus. Things are different now. Not for us, Sirius. You've been out of prison for a month. We haven't even cleared your name yet. You must be angry with me, how could you not be? I didn't do anything to try to hunt down the truth. You were a little busy parenting a toddler, Remus. I can forgive a lot if it means Harry grew up the way he did. But you should have been here. Remus burst out, startling Sirius. He pushed out of his chair, paced from the table to the window and back, breathing heavily as he regained his control. You should have been here. You had the right to be here, and I stole that from you because I didn't trust you. We need to learn how to trust each other again, Sirius. Once we have that part worked out, we can work back to other things. Sirius stood and pulled Remus into his arms. Remus leaned into the embrace, his hands snaking around Sirius's back and landing at his shoulders. Sirius pulled his face into his neck, one hand carding slowly through his hair. Okay. You're right. I know you're right. I'll keep my dirty thoughts to myself. For now. I'm sorry I'm a prude who thinks shagging will muck everything up, Remus sniffed wetly into his shoulder. Sirius barked out a laugh. You can't lie to me about that, Moons, I know you too well. You wear prude as a mask, but I've been the lucky beneficiary of the filthy things going on up here. He tapped gently at Remus's temple, earning him a quiet chuckle. After a few more breaths and a final sniffle, Remus relaxed his hold. Thank you, he said softly as his eyes traced Sirius's face. For understanding. And for your patience. And for not hating me. Sirius's breath caught in his chest at the thought. I could never hate you, Moony. And I'll wait for as long as you need me to. I don't care how long the road is, as long as you're planning to meet me in the middle of it. Chapter 19, Feeble. They spent the day after Remus and Harry got home from the ministry talking through Remus's interview with Moody in the advice of their lawyer, Mr. Bell. Sirius harbored a fair bit of resentment for the old Auror. He blamed a lot of his trust issues with Remus during the war on the man's need for secrecy and constant vigilance. If Moony had been free to tell Sirius he was spending months with the Pax and show Sirius how his information helped the Order, Sirius wouldn't have been so suspicious his husband was the spy. Pettigrew wouldn't have been able to turn them against each other, he probably wouldn't have suggested Wormtail as the secret keeper, and James and Lily would likely be alive. Moody had apparently done what he could to help Remus get custody of Harry, but as far as Sirius was concerned, that was a feeble attempt at making amends for ruining all their lives. Remus's meeting with Bell hadn't been overly enlightening either. He mostly lectured Remus about not owing him before consenting to questioning, and especially for offering to take Veritaserum. Bell was confident he could keep Sirius out of prison. Pettigrew wasn't dead, so the murder he supposedly committed clearly hadn't happened, and that Sirius never had a trial was a point in his favor. They had an appointment the following day to talk strategy and walk through Sirius's statement for the ministry, which Sirius was dreading. When Sirius went to bed that night, he was mentally and emotionally exhausted from the stress of the last 2 days. He tossed and turned, unable to turn off his spiraling thoughts, and he fell into a fitful sleep in the small hours of the morning. Nightmares haunted his dreams, as they had since his first night in Azkaban, and he woke in a cold sweat not an hour after he finally fell asleep. Sirius lay staring at the ceiling, considering the pros and cons of shifting into Padfoot, so his dreams mostly just consisted of running when the door to his guest room creaked open slowly. "Pads?" Remus called softly from the doorway. "Are you awake?" Sirius considered not answering. Remus made it very clear he wasn't looking for an abundance of intimacy, and Sirius wasn't sure he could handle the rejection if Remus just asked him to put up a silencing charm. But they were only 3 days from the full, and even from across the room, Mooney could probably tell he was awake by the way he was breathing. "Yeah," he croaked into the dark room as quietly as he could manage. "Can I come in?" Remus hesitated, lingering in the doorway as he waited for permission to enter. Sirius exhaled in relief. "You're welcome literally any time, Moons." Remus shuffled to the bed and slid beneath the rumpled sheets, slotting himself in behind Sirius. He wrapped one arm around his bare waist and rested his forehead on Sirius's crown. "Bad dream," he murmured, warm breath tickling the back of Sirius's neck. "Yeah. That didn't happen 2 nights ago." "No. Does it help if I'm here?" Sirius swallowed thickly. It pained him to admit he needed Remus more than Remus needed him. They'd always been on equal footing, the rejected runaway and the outcast, the disowned heir and the werewolf, alone together, able to lean on each other when no one else understood their isolation. Remus had grown in the last 12 years, parenthood and responsibility forcing him into a confident independence that Sirius sometimes struggled to recognize. Sirius, on the other hand, was worse. When he had a distraction, a project to focus on, he was okay. He had a direction to aim his anxiety and didn't have time to think about what 12 years of constant Dementor exposure had done to his mind. He didn't know what he was supposed to do once they cleared his name. Even the slowly evolving wizarding world had changed, according to Remus, and he didn't know where he could possibly fit. "Pads?" Remus prompted. "Does it help if I'm here?" "Yeah," he said in a hoarse whisper. "Then I'll stay." Remus tightened his grip on Sirius's waist, the two of them slipping into old habits as easily as breathing, as naturally as a heart beats. They lay quietly for a few minutes, Sirius tense as he tried to figure out where the line was. How much was too much? At what point Mooney would pull away and leave him cold? The last time they shared a bed had been easy, there was an excuse, a goal to achieve in wrapping themselves around each other until Sirius couldn't tell where one of them ended and the other began. This was so much harder. Remus must have been able to feel the tightness in his shoulders, the stiffness in his spine. "Oomph," he whined sleepily into Sirius's neck. "Flip." Sirius smiled. Sleep-soft Mooney had always been Sirius's favorite. Even on the full, all he really wanted after a night of romping was to curl around each other in the last couple hours before sunrise. Sirius turned to face him and rested his cheek on the thin cotton shirt Remus must have thrown on before knocking on his door. Mooney's hand immediately moved to Sirius's hair and started scratching gently at his scalp, and Sirius instantly relaxed. It was practically a reflex, the easiest way to take him from tightly wound to a puddle of goo in seconds. Sirius burrowed deeper into Remus's chest, inhaling his scent and hoping it would be enough to get him through the long 10 months he and Harry would be gone. "I'm going to miss you so much," he whispered. Sirius was trying. He was trying really fucking hard to be better this time, to let the people he loved know he loved them. Trying to be brave in a way that was soft and vulnerable, instead of hard and aggressive. The fingers in Sirius's hair stopped for a moment before picking back up at a slower pace. "Me, too," Remus admitted, louder, with more confidence than Sirius had spoken. "Having you back for this last week has been unbelievable, Sirius. I wake up every morning and see you pulling clothes out of my drawer and I wonder if I'm dreaming. I've thought about you every day for 12 years, and now you're here, and I have to leave." "You could always break your contract," Sirius suggested, only about 70% joking. Remus barked a loud laugh into the quiet night. "This is my first job in the wizarding world in over a decade, Pads. I'm not losing the opportunity to spend the school year with my kid." Sirius's mouth turned down at the corners. "I didn't mean it," he pouted. "You did, a bit." "Yeah, just a bit." "I want you to stay here while I'm gone," Remus offered. "We'll tell everyone in town you're renting the house while I'm off at my fancy new boarding school job. I have a flu in my quarters. I'll come visit on weekends, and you can come see us during the week once you're cleared. I'm not leaving you, Pads." Sirius smiled at the reassurance. "I'd like that. I'm already looking forward to you seeing Harry play. I'm not enough of a Quidditch fan to really show the enthusiasm he deserves." "I can't wait," Sirius said through a yawn. "Do you think we have enough room to practice in the next couple days? I'd love to fly with him." "Go to sleep, love. You can ask him in the morning." Chapter 20, Possibility. The morning of August 27th was off to a rough start. "Remus Lupin, you are a coward and a sneak." Molly Weasley's magically amplified voice spilled from a scarlet envelope into their kitchen. "How dare you put my family at risk? You knew there was a dangerous criminal in our midst and you did nothing. You hid for a week, then got arrested when you were supposed to be responsible for my child, as well as your own. You manipulated us and put Harry, Ron, and Hermione at risk. Under no circumstances will Ron be allowed to visit, and I will break my wand and live as Muggle before I allow you to cross my threshold again." Molly paused, though Sirius could still hear her breathing in the howler. He looked across the table at Remus, who was calmly eating his toast through the tirade. "You not concerned about any of that, then? It seems well deserved." Sirius opened his mouth to argue when the envelope started up again. This time the tone was pleasant despite the continued volume. "Harry, dear, you're free to come over any time. You'll always be welcome in our home, and Arthur and I would love to see you before you go back to school." The envelope closed itself and burst into flames just as Harry wandered in, rubbing barely awake eyes. "Is Ron's mum here?" He looked around in confusion. "I thought I heard her voice." Sirius barked out a laugh. She was letting Remus know her displeasure with his decision to apprehend Pettigrew and bring him to justice instead of inform her immediately so he could escape. Remus raised an eyebrow. Sirius chose to interpret as, "You're right, she should be thanking you for rodent control," rather than, "Can you please not disrespect the other adults in Harry's life right in front of him? She says you'll always be welcome to come over whenever you like and she and Arthur would love to see you before school starts." Remus jumped in before Sirius could explain himself further. "And she didn't say anything else to me?" Harry clarified, and Remus shook his head. Harry smirked. "I told you she loves me too much to yell." Now the scolding brow was raised in Harry's direction, and he grinned. "Cheeky little bugger." Sirius fixed him a plate and washed his own dishes, then settled back into his chair. Remus met his eyes across the table and tilted his head in Harry's direction. Sirius frowned, trying to figure out what Moony wanted from him. Remus rolled his eyes and nodded more aggressively toward an oblivious Harry. Sirius shook his head and shrugged, which made Remus exhale a frustrated breath before he mouthed Quidditch and gestured a final time to his son. It finally clicked. "Hey, I was wondering. Do you have anything planned this afternoon?" Harry looked at him questioningly, and Sirius looked at the table as he started to flounder. Only, I was wondering if you'd want to fly with me a bit, because Mooney says you're great on a broom, and I like to fly, and I'd really love to play some one-on-one, but we have to go to the solicitor's office this morning so it'll have to be later, but if you're busy. Remus reached a hand across the table to stop his babbling and still his hands, which had started picking at his cuticles completely of their own accord. When Sirius looked back up, Harry's face was scrunched in thought. Do you have a broom? Sirius deflated. Not anymore, now that you mention it. He turned to Remus. Do you? Harry seemed to find this hilarious. He laughed until he couldn't catch his breath and wheezed as he bent double. Mooney hates to fly. He's terrified of heights. Remus looked half offended, but he shook his head. Sirius was seized by a genius idea. We are going to Diagon this morning, though, that's where Belle's office is. Maybe, if we bring the cloak, we could get some gold from my vault and make a stop at Quality Quidditch Supplies. Harry's eyes grew to the size of galleons. Duh, will you please? I want to fly with Sirius so bad. Please. Sirius, there's a new broom out called the Firebolt, and it's supposed to be the best broom ever, and it's so fast, and you have to at least see it just once. Remus narrowed his eyes at Sirius. He could always tell when Sirius had a plan, it was just a matter of how hard he'd fight it. We can look at brooms, he agreed hesitantly. But Sirius getting a new broom is not the same thing as you getting a new broom. Got it, Has? Harry nodded sincerely. I know, duh. Sirius winked at him over Remus's shoulder. Mr. Bell is with another client right now, please feel free to take a seat while you wait. The wizard working at the front desk greeted Remus and Sirius when they arrived at the solicitor's office an hour later. They sat in squashy armchairs directly across from each other, Sirius very pointedly reading the Daily Prophet and avoiding eye contact. Mooney cleared his throat. Sirius released a heavy breath and lowered the paper. Yes, moonshine. Don't you've moonshined me, I know what you're trying to do. Sirius looked around innocently, taking in his surroundings as if he were surprised to find himself sitting in a lawyer's waiting room. Trying to get my name cleared, you mean? Remus put on his stern face, and damn if Sirius didn't enjoy that. He might try to undermine Mooney's authority more often. You're trying to buy Harry a new broomstick. Sirius whined from the back of his throat. Flying will give us a way to bond that's just ours. I'll take his nimbus and let him have the firebolt. Please, Mooney. I've missed 12 years worth of Christmases and birthdays. Please can I just get him this one nice present? Sirius gave Remus the biggest, saddest puppy eyes he could manage, and Remus's firm expression softened. Well, when you put it like that it's really hard for me to argue. Sirius smiled so broadly it made his cheeks hurt. Thanks, Moons, he reached forward and squeezed Remus's knee. This means a lot to me. I know you're just trying to make sure he appreciates what he has. You're a good dad. Remus's cheeks turned a delightful amount of pink at the compliment, but he was saved from answering by a summons from Mr. Bell. Mr. Lupin, Mr. Black. It's good to see you both. Please step inside, the portly man greeted them. He sat behind his large cherry desk and invited Remus and Sirius to sit across from him. Let's start with the good news. I've been in contact with the Aura department, and given they have custody of Peter Pettigrew, one murder charge has been dropped. Sirius exhaled the breath he had been holding, but his relief was cut short when Remus asked. One murder charge? Well, there is still the matter of the Muggle deaths. Patience, Mr. Lupin, I'm getting there, Bell chided. Given the change in circumstances of the case, I think I can convince them to reduce the charges to manslaughter. So that's one option. Why would they suddenly consider that manslaughter now, though? Sirius questioned. I've been considered a mass murderer for over a decade. Well, now they have Pettigrew in custody. They know he faked his death, they have his confession, and they know they committed a grievous error in both accusing Sirius and putting him in Azkaban without a trial. As we discussed in our initial meetings, we could easily turn this into a big miscarriage of justice media circus, and the Ministry is anxious to make it disappear. What are the other options? You said this is only one. The Ministry still has your wand, Mr. Black. We could request they do a priori incantatem, but I don't want to go that route unless you're very, very certain the last spell you cast was innocuous. If you can confirm that for me, we could get this cleared up within the week. Sirius bobbled his head from side to side as he thought. There's a good chance it was a shield charm, he said cautiously. On the other hand, there's a distinct possibility it was a, severing charm that may have been aimed with the intent of, severing, Peter. He looked sidelong at Remus and was surprised by how nonchalantly he was accepting that information. Across the desk, Belle grimaced. Okay, so the potential for attempted murder. That's not great. I could make the case you were aiming to incapacitate, not kill, but it's still risky. There's always the possibility they do it unprompted, of course, but I won't make a request. So then we really only have one more route. Sirius and Remus both fidgeted as they waited for Belle to continue. Finally, he spoke. Our third option is this: we wait. We have no way of knowing what Peter's confession all contained. If he admitted to casting the blasting curse that killed all those muggles and required so many memory charms, he'll clear you on his own. I checked on the warrant for the Veritaserum, and it looks like it will hold up in court, so everything he said will be regarded as truth. If what you're telling me is honest, it should be an open and shut case. In the meantime, I think I can get you out on bail and get your wand returned, which would give you plenty of opportunity to cast very boring, everyday spells before the Ministry thinks to check it. Sirius raised his eyebrows. As much as he'd love to be done with all this, those two conditions sounded like absolute freedom to him. He didn't need to consider much more. I'll do that, he said without hesitation. That would have been my first choice as well. You're a smart man, Mr. Black. I'll put in the request immediately, and I think they'll act on it quickly. They'll likely require you present at the Ministry to pick up your wand, just as a formality, but I'll be with you every step of the way. Any other questions? What about the, animagus thing? Could that send me back to Azkaban? Bell waved his hand dismissively. You were a minor when you did it, which is truly the most impressive feat of magic I've ever heard of, by the way. Sirius preened at the praise. Being an unregistered animagus comes with a maximum sentence of 3 years, and if everything else goes according to plan, I should be able to get you off with time served. We should get you registered in the meantime, though, as a show of good faith. Sirius nodded, satisfied he was closer to freedom than he'd been in a decade. He and Remus shook hands with Mr. Bell and took their leave. Within an hour, and with his Gringotts vault a few hundred galleons emptier, Sirius had his hands on a shiny new firebolt and was about to be in the running for best godfather ever. Chapter 21, Brilliant Mistake. By the time Sirius and Remus got home, Sirius was practically vibrating with excitement. The clerk balked when Remus requested they gift-wrap the broom, but Remus smiled that polite, benign smile service workers seemed to find so disconcerting and conjured up some birthday wrapping paper. They walked out of the shop 5 minutes later with a long, thin, snitch-wrapped box. They found Harry in the back garden reading Good Omens and sunning himself on the scorched grass. Huzzah! Remus called out the window. Come in the house for a sec. Sirius has something for you. Sirius had never seen the boy move so fast. He was banging through the storm door in a matter of seconds, eyes alight. Sirius grinned at him and nodded toward the package on the table. Happy birthday, Harry. And happy Christmas. About 12 times over. Sorry I'm a little late. Harry didn't seem quite sure what to say, so his eyes flicked to Remus for guidance, who nodded. Go ahead, open it. Once you know what it is, you can thank him if you like it, he winked, and Sirius nudged him with his shoulder. Remus laughed, a light, joyful sound Sirius hadn't heard much since he was a teenager. During the war it had been replaced by something sarcastic and biting, and then it disappeared altogether. Sirius's heart fluttered at the sound, feeling a little like a teenager himself. Harry tore into the wrapping paper and gasped as the firebolt fell out. He was across the room so quickly Sirius thought he may have spontaneously apparated, slamming into Sirius and squeezing him so tightly it made his ribs ache. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," Harry cried, looking up at Sirius with big green eyes. "It comes with two conditions, though," Sirius warned him. "Anything," Harry breathed. Sirius smiled. "I get your Nimbus as a hand-me-down, and we fly together today." Harry was off to his bedroom without a word. He came back holding his Nimbus out to Sirius and grabbed the firebolt on his way out the door. Remus laughed again, clearly delighted in Harry's joy despite the fight he'd put up about the new broomstick. "Hold your thestrals, there, kiddo. At least let Sirius get changed." Harry pushed Sirius toward his guest room. "I'll see you outside in 2 minutes." Sirius had made a horrible mistake. A horrible, wonderful, brilliant mistake. Harry was zooming around the garden on his new broomstick, flying at a breakneck pace and pulling into dives and hairpin turns that sent Sirius's stomach to his knees. He really was a brilliant flyer, probably better than James had been. Sirius understood why he was a seeker, his slight frame and agility made him a natural for the position. He was strategic. He was daring. He was brilliant. He was going to fucking kill himself. Sirius was standing slack-jawed next to Remus, who was laughing hysterically. "Do you understand why I wasn't excited for him to have a new broomstick?" he wheezed, reveling in the shock and horror on Sirius's face. "You didn't tell me he had a death wish." "I don't know what you expected from him, Pads. You got him his first broom when he was a year old. He was flying literally before he could reliably walk." Remus clapped him on the shoulder. "Aren't you glad you got him the fastest racing broom on the planet?" "Right now?" "No, I'm really not. I called him Hazard until he was 4, you know." "He was a very clumsy child," Remus casually informed him. Sirius groaned. "Fuck, I should have made a third condition, that he wear a bloody helmet." "Sirius!" Harry shouted down from the top of the loop he was currently speeding through. "Are you going to come play or what?" "I'll be right there." Sirius hollered back, then turned to Remus. "I'm about to get absolutely destroyed by a 13-year-old, aren't I?" "Without a doubt." Sirius mounted the Nimbus and pushed off the ground. Fuck, he'd missed flying. The familiar swoop in his stomach, the wind blowing across his cheeks, the way Remus looked so tiny from the air. It felt good to be back on a broom. Harry whooped and took a position next to him. "Race you to the wards and back," he challenged, taking off before Sirius had a chance to answer. Harry beat him handily in the race. Then Remus kindly conjured 3 hoops at each end of the garden, and Harry proceeded to kick Sirius's arse at one-on-one Quidditch. When Sirius was sweaty and breathless and begging for mercy, the automatic scorecard Mooney provided said Harry was winning 360 to 200. Remus brought out a beater's bat and some Muggle golf balls. Sirius hit them as hard and erratically as he could, and Harry missed a total of 3 in the hour they were practicing. Remus watched them over the top of his book, smirking when Sirius started shaking out his tired arm. He left his perch on the porch swing and came to stand at Sirius's side. "Time for supper," he called, and Harry groaned from his position hovering 20 feet above the ground. "Do we have to?" he complained. "We were just getting started." Remus snorted and shook his head. "That kid," he muttered, then shouted back, "Yes, we have to. You've hardly eaten anything all day. Besides, Sirius is worn out, us old men can't keep up." Sirius elbowed Remus. Watch who you're calling old. Remus nudged him back. I'm calling you old, Mr. Salt and Pepper Hair. I see that gray in there. Sirius scoffed, outraged. Bold statement from someone who found his first gray hair at 16. Werewolf, Remus said, pointing at himself. Besides, I had to put up with you lot. It was inevitable. Harry landed in front of them, flushed and beaming, and hugged Sirius again. Thanks, Padfoot. Can we go again tomorrow? If I can move my arms, definitely. Sirius somehow managed to croak around the lump in his throat. Sirius stood, amazed, as he watched Harry gather up their things and head for the kitchen. Remus pressed their arms together. You okay? Remus checked, a half-smile just visible on his face. He called me Padfoot, Sirius whispered, awed. Yeah, Remus agreed with shining eyes. He did. Chapter 22, Drift. The last few days before the start of term flew by for Remus. After Sirius brought home the firebolt, he and Harry were basically inseparable. Harry started rushing through his breakfast so they could get outside as soon as possible, and Sirius would follow behind him with bright eyes and a goofy grin. They'd play one-on-one, race, and do seeker drills until lunch. Then they'd come in the house, inhale some beans on toast, and Sirius would watch while Harry showed him his best, most dangerous and horrifying, tricks. They ate dinner as a family. Remus hassled Harry into gathering the things he wanted to bring to school, and Sirius followed him like a loyal puppy into his room to see what trinkets and stories warranted the trip to Scotland. Remus did his best to drift in and out of these activities, leaving them enough space to get to know each other and build a relationship but allowing himself the joy of watching his son and his husband get to know each other. He thought he should maybe be offended by how quickly Sirius seemed to usurp his position as Harry's favorite adult, but he was so elated to have Sirius back, and so grateful Harry had another adult he could trust to love him unconditionally. At that moment, Harry could have given him a mug emblazoned, "Number 2 Dad," and he would have been delighted Harry had 2 dads to rank. Then Remus and Sirius would fall into Remus's bed. Platonically, of course, and they didn't further discuss what any of it meant after their conversation about learning to trust each other again. But Remus knew Sirius slept better when he was there, and Remus would be lying if he said he didn't feel a deep sense of calm when he slotted his body behind Sirius's at the end of the day. His warm body relaxed Remus's stress-tense muscles and moon-aching joints. His still familiar scent of leather, musk, sage, and just a hint of dog settled the wolf in the deep parts of Remus's subconscious. The soft sounds of his even breathing were a calming white noise, like ocean waves, that lulled Remus into a deep sleep. He was going to miss Sirius so fucking much. The morning of the 29th, an owl addressed to Sirius dropped off a narrow box and a letter at breakfast. Mr. Black. I negotiated with the ministry. After I explained the importance of official charging and a trial in judicial procedures, they were very willing to offer the convenience of sending your wand via owl post instead of forcing you to pick it up in person. I may have pointed out that a supposed mass murderer waltzing into the ministry might cause mass hysteria to help push the process a little faster. As far as I'm aware, they never performed a priory incantatem. I would highly recommend refamiliarizing yourself with basic charms and household spells in the next few days, just to get your feet back under you. Finally, I thought you and Mr. Lupin would both like to know. Peter Pettigrew's trial is set to begin October 4th. Thomas Bell, Esq. Sirius opened the box slowly, removing the lid and staring at his pale aspen wand. He picked it up gently, flexing his hand around the grip, and sent up a silent shower of red sparks. Oh, he murmured, a soft look that bordered on reverence settling on his face. Oh, I've missed this. Remus felt like his heart was going to burst as he watched Sirius spend the rest of the day playing. There was no other word for it. He levitated acorns and zipped them around the yard for Harry to chase like a snitch. He scourgified every flat surface in the house, then vanished any remaining bubbles, then charmed them dry with hot air. He silenced the squeaky hinge on the door. He sent so many tickling charms at Remus that Remus felt the need to disarm him and put him in magical timeout. Harry found this hilarious and volunteered to let Sirius continue tormenting Remus using his wand, instead. The three of them went into town for groceries, and Remus introduced Sirius around as his friend from university who would be taking care of the house while Remus was in Scotland for the school year. It was a small village, and the sudden appearance of a stranger was sure to garner some questions. Remus didn't want anyone to think Sirius was a squatter and call the police, so instead he made a few awkward introductions and trusted small-town gossip to handle the rest. On the walk home, Remus nearly confiscated Sirius's wand again to prevent him from sending fireworks into the sky for Harry's entertainment. Then Sirius started teaching Harry some of his favorite mild jinxes, and Remus decided to let them continue. It'd be good for Draco Malfoy to spend a couple hours with turnip ears this year, in Remus's opinion. The kid could use a little humbling. Not that Remus would ever admit that out loud. When they went to platonic bed that night, Sirius's excitement at being able to practice magic again clearly hadn't worn off. He placed his wand on the bedside table, and it kept flicking between Lumos and Nox even though Sirius's hand wasn't anywhere near it. It was, frankly, annoying, but Remus couldn't bring himself to resent it. Instead, he had to suppress a laugh as a few bubbles escaped and floated on the air currents from the open window. "How are you feeling?" he asked, watching as the last of the bubbles landed on the quilt and popped. "Fucking sore," Sirius moaned. Remus snorted. "You've been playing Quidditch for at least 4 hours a day for half the week, unless there was an intramural league in Azkaban you failed to mention. I don't know how you're surprised." Sirius reached his hand behind his back and pinched Remus's side. "Of course I'm not surprised, smartarse. You asked how I felt, and I told you. You know that's not what I meant, you stubborn git." Remus felt Sirius tense, just a little, and he regretted pushing. He backpedaled quickly. "It's okay. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." "It's not that," Sirius shook his head. "It's more that it feels so fragile. Like, maybe there's a unicorn, right? But I can only see it out of the corner of my eye, and if I turn to look at it head-on, it'll spook and be gone forever." "And what is it you think you'll lose if you look too closely?" Remus prodded. Sirius turned his face into the pillow, choosing to protect the emotion by muffling the words. "I think I feel happy." Remus closed his eyes and stroked Sirius's hair, thinking of the last few days, the man now lying loose and comfortable in his arms, and the boy in the next room who suddenly had a new adult he could love and trust. "Me too," Remus thought. "I think this feels like happiness, too." Chapter 23, It's Over. The next full was August 31st, so Harry spent the night before school started at Ron's. He flew home in the morning, much to Molly's confusion. He was going to see his da at school that afternoon anyway. Sirius wasn't able to see Harry off at the train station the way he'd have liked, so they said their goodbyes in front of the fireplace. "Work hard and take no shit," Sirius said, pulling Harry into a hug. Remus just managed to strangle his laugh into a hacking cough. "I can't even get into trouble this year. Da's going to be there and he'll give me the worst detentions," Harry complained. Sirius laughed and looked at Remus. "It's true. I have a parent's ability to specially target the chores he hates the most." Sirius hugged Harry again and whispered in his ear. "I'll post you some of that fancy Muggle chocolate he likes. You can bribe him into leniency." "I heard that, Pads. Come on, Hazzy, time to go." Sirius waved them off and sighed. What was he going to do for 10 months? September 1st, 1993. Dear Harry. I miss you too already. The house is too quiet. I think I'm going to take up gardening until you get home. That should occupy most of my time, right? Miss you. Sirius. September 1st, 1993. Dear Sirius. Malfoy told me I looked like I got in a fight with a hair growth potion over the summer, so I cast a cheering charm so strong he laughed until he wet himself, just like you taught me. You were right, McGonagall didn't give me detention because it isn't a jinx. Thanks. You can't take up gardening right now, it's autumn. Everything will freeze. Da always says wizards are a little less smart than muggles, and I think I see what he means. Love. Harry. September 2nd, 1993. Hey Moons. Do you mind if I do a little construction in the garden? I need something to fill my time, and I have an idea. Pads. September 2nd, 1993. Pads. Those 4 words have never led to anything but trouble. I love it. Go ahead. Moony. P.S. Harry told me about your letter. Make sure you plant some herbal remedies. I get a little more sore after the moons than I used to XX. September 5th, 1993. Hi Padfoot. We had our first Quidditch practice today, and I think we've really got a shot at the cup. Everyone from last year is back, and couldn't believe how much better I got over the summer. Thanks for practicing with me. He was practically drooling over my new broom, too. All the boys in my dorm tried the firebolt, and Seamus almost fell off when he turned too sharply. It was hilarious. Moony said you're keeping yourself busy, but he didn't say how. I hope it's with flying. I want to have some actual competition next summer. Love. Harry. September 6th, 1993. Prongslet. I have been flying longer than you've been alive, and don't you forget it. Give me a few months of practice and I'll be able to knock you off your broom with my eyes closed. I was a bloody good beater, you know. Tell me a little more about school. You started runes and magical creatures this year, yeah. I always liked creatures, though runes was more your Dawes territory. I took arithmancy instead. Here's the chocolate for Moony I promised you. Make sure you save it for a time you really need it. Love you. Padfoot. September 6th, 1993. Hey Moons. Did you know Gringotts will send you gold via owl order, even if you're a wanted criminal? Apparently all they care about is if the magical signature is fraudulent, which mine isn't. They sent me a bunch of muggle money and I went to the hardware store in town. Have you ever been? It was the most fascinating place I've ever seen. Have you seen power tools, Moony? I should have gotten into muggle construction years ago. How do you think I should keep it warm? Can you suspend warming charms in glass? Could you take a look at the Hogwarts greenhouses, see how they do it? Padfoot. September 7th, 1993. Pads. Please don't cut off any limbs. There's no one there to apparate you to St. Mungo's. I poked around the greenhouses a little, looks like it's warming charms with strengthening and longevity runes etched into the corners. I can help you when I'm home for the full. There should be some books in the living room, too. I told Pomona I was looking for seeds for something to help with the moons. Part of my employment was all the other professors knowing about my condition, and I think this is Wolfsbane. Either she's having me on or she doesn't know what the 7th years are growing in the back of Greenhouse 5. Maybe I'll send a letter to Zeno Lovegood, he was always generous with the good shit. Miss you. Moons. September 7th, 1993. Hagrid is teaching care of magical creatures, and the first day we did hippogriffs. Mine, his name was Buckbeak, let me ride him. Then Malfoy insulted him and got swiped on the arm, and of course he ruined it for everybody. We've been working with flobberworms ever since. Runes is fun. I'm thinking about etching some into my wand, see if I can make my magic stronger. Would that work, do you think? Love. Harry. September 7th, 1993. Don't go etching runes into your wand just yet. It's a little more complicated than that, it's only the first week of school. Give it a little more time. Hippogriffs on the first day. That was ambitious. I can't say I'm shocked a Malfoy would insult a hippogriff, arrogance runs in the family, I'm afraid. Love you. Padfoot. September 7, 1993. He rode a hippogriff. He wants to carve runes into his wand. Has he always been like this? The kid is going to give me a heart attack. September 15, 1993. Hey Moons. Do you know where the mirror's prongs and I used to use during detentions went? I want to send one to Harry so we aren't running Hedwig ragged like this anymore. The poor thing slept for 6 hours when she got here last night. It was good to see you this weekend. I didn't expect you until the full. It was the best surprise I've had since the summer XX. Pads. September 16, 1993. There are some boxes of things from our flat in the attic. They're probably in there. I'm sure he'd love that. I see him tucking those letters into his robes every morning. He adores you, you know. The first word out of his mouth every time he comes to my office is Sirius. He might make me jealous if he's not careful. 12 years and just like that, I've been replaced. I shouldn't be surprised, you always were his favorite XX. Mooney. P.S. I heard back from Zeno. Seeds enclosed. September 20, 1993. Hey Has. Next time you get a few minutes by yourself, I guess since Ron and Hermione know I'm here, it's okay if they're around, too, say my name into this mirror. I have one of my own, and we'll be able to see and hear each other. I think if owls could cry, Hedwig would have been in tears when I tied this letter to her leg. Love you. Padfoot. September 25, 1993. If he's not careful, I'm going to take that mirror away from him. He keeps sneaking into the loose between classes to call. He can't get caught talking to you until you're cleared, Pads. Just tell him to be a little more cautious, all right? He's had to do what I say since he was a year old and he's sick of it, he'll actually listen to you. I'll see you Thursday. Mooney. Remus came through the flu at 7:45, where Sirius met him with a worried expression, a pain potion, and a muggle muscle relaxer. None of those things did anything for the pain of the transformation itself, but the drug seemed to at least loosen his muscles enough to make him less sore in the morning. You're cutting it close, Moons, Sirius admonished as Remus washed the tablet down with the potion. Wanted to make an appearance at dinner, make it seem like I was still there. And then I had to wait for Snape to bring the Wolfsbane potion. He was a little later than he was the rest of the week. I swear he's actively trying to make this harder. Sirius growled low in his throat, picking up a blanket and following behind Remus as he walked to the door leading to the garden and the little bit of woods Remus owned and had warded off as a kind of werewolf preserve. I know, and he's terrible, but there's nothing I can do about it, Remus said as he kicked off his shoes and pulled off his shirt and trousers. He folded them into a neat pile on the edge of the porch, wrapped himself in the knit blanket Sirius held up, and wriggled out of his pants. Sirius wasn't running his eyes up and down a distracted Mooney's body as he prepared for the full, and he definitely didn't steal glances through the relatively open weave. No, he did not, he was a gentleman. In the morning, Sirius carried Remus to their bed and crawled in behind him, where Remus slept until mid-afternoon. As Remus got to keep his human brain while on Wolfsbane, they actually spent most of the night sleeping and Sirius wasn't tired. Instead, he lay awake thinking about Severus Snape and his decades-long desire to make Mooney as miserable as possible. When Remus finally blinked his eyes open, Sirius was studying his face as he thought. What? Sirius tilted his head, biting his lower lip as he considered the risks of this plan. I was thinking about the fools. Won't someone notice if you miss class once a month? Remus hummed thoughtfully. Possibly. But I'm not sure what else I can do about it. The transformation itself takes a lot out of me and there's no way I could have made it through the day, even with the potion. This is going to sound crazy, but hear me out. What if I polyjuiced into you and taught your classes the day after the full? I have nothing but time around here, I definitely could brew it. I know your habits and could mimic you in my sleep. You just have to tell me your lesson plans. Remus narrowed his eyes. And you'll actually teach defense? Not 101 hexes to annoy and frustrate your enemies. Sirius gently hit his arm, careful to avoid the joints that were always so tender after a moon. I'll have you know, Terran Telegra saved my arse during multiple duels in the war. It's hard to aim when your feet are forcing you to do the foxtrot. Remus snorted. That's true, I guess. Won't you be tired, too? I couldn't ask you to do that. If all moons with Wolfsbane go like that. No, Sirius shook his head. We slept most of the night anyway, I barely even napped today. Dumbledore has substitutes planned for the year, I told him I'd be out of commission for the day after. You don't think he'll be suspicious? Just tell him it makes the transformation easier than you expected and you can get through the day. Remus hummed as he thought it over. That would be great, actually. I'll get the ingredients owled over. Don't worry about it, I already sent the letter. Had to do something while you were asleep. Remus shook his head, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. What would you have done if I said no? Done it anyway. I already wrote a letter to Dumbledore explaining it, I was just waiting to send that one until after we talked about it. You're impossible, Remus complained as he flipped back onto his side, retaking his position as Little Spoon. Sirius was pretty sure he didn't mean it, if the way he pulled Sirius's arm tighter across his waist was any indication. They spent a long weekend together, Friday and Saturday were spent sleeping and nursing Mooney's post-moon aches. Sunday Sirius showed him the foundation of his greenhouse, laid out in an heptagon. So I did a little thinking, talking to Harry about classes gave me the idea of combining arithmancy with our existing plan for runes and charms. The shape should strengthen both, and I could grow basically anything we wanted in here. How do you feel about oranges, moons? Remus smiled at him, affection evident across his face. Love them. Remus spent the afternoon etching runes for magical strength and longevity into the glass where Sirius instructed, again in patterns dictated by principles of arithmancy. They always had worked better as a team, it just used to be for causing chaos instead of order. By the time they were done, Sirius had everything laid out and was going to spend the next day putting everything together with permanent sticking charms, which had always been a specialty of his. When Remus returned to Hogwarts, he was tired and sore, but for the first time in recent memory, it was a good ache. Sirius looked good. He'd filled out in the last month to the point he was nearing his old size, his strong thighs had looked ready to burst the seams on Remus's joggers, not that Remus was complaining. His face was more tanned, too, like he spent most of his time outside, he must have kept up the flying even without Harry there to drill him on Quidditch. The fridge had been well stocked, and there were dishes drying on the rack in the sink. Remus was surprised and thrilled by how well Sirius seemed to be thriving in their absence. Sirius had never liked spending time alone, and Remus was worried he'd fall into old habits of drinking too much and eating too little. Based on the freshly baked chocolate chip cookies in the kitchen and the gossip he relayed, he was going into town regularly and getting to know the locals better than even Remus did. The next evening, after 12 hours of playing catch-up from the one day he'd missed, one more reason to let Sirius be his substitute, he thought, Remus walked into his living quarters and nearly jumped out of his skin in shock to see Sirius standing in front of the fire with a letter clutched in his fist. "What are you doing here?" he hissed. "It's not safe, Sirius, someone could see you. Fucking Snape works here, you maniac. He'd do anything he could to get you sent back to Azkaban. You know you." Remus trailed off at the stunned look on Sirius's face. "Pads? Are you okay?" "It's over," Sirius croaked, wide shining eyes. "It's over?" Remus asked, the date and the trial and the letter in Sirius's hand all catching up with him at once. "They came to a verdict already? I thought it would take at least a week." Sirius shook his head. "I got an owl. I'm cleared. I'm free. I can do anything I want. Remus was across the room in milliseconds, pulling Sirius into a tight hug as the man began to sob. He buried his face in Remus's neck, and Remus curled an arm up to hold him there. They stood for a few minutes, swaying together until Sirius had a chance to calm down. Do you have your mirror? Remus whispered into his ear, and Sirius nodded. Call Harry and tell him to come to my office. He'll want to hear this in person. Sirius did as he was bid, and 5 minutes later Harry was settled into Remus's armchair while Remus and Sirius sat across from him. Harry, Sirius and I have something really important to tell you, Remus began. You're finally back together? Harry asked, eyes bright. Sirius and Remus glanced at each other in surprise. That was not a reaction either of them expected. No. Remus said hesitantly. Oh. The look Harry gave them was pure disappointment. What is it then? Remus felt the surprising urge to laugh. He couldn't believe they were in a position where his son might be disappointed by Sirius's freedom. I got a letter from Mr. Bell, Sirius began, and Harry looked at him with apprehension. As you know, Pettigrew's trial started today. Harry nodded, his breathing visibly shallow. Only a few days past the moon, Remus could hear his racing heart if he focused hard enough. What did it say? Pettigrew admitted to everything under Veritaserum. The blasting curse, the muggles, the illegal animagus transformation, everything. The only crime I committed was becoming an animagus myself, and my paperwork is being processed and I've already served well over the maximum sentence for that crime. I'm innocent, and the Ministry knows it. I'm free, Harry. Harry flung himself across the space between them, practically crawling into Sirius's lap. He buried his face in Sirius's neck, and Remus could hear him trying to muffle his sniffling. That's it, then. You can stay. And go to Diagon with us, and meet my friends and, watch me play Quidditch and everything. All of it, has. I won't miss a thing, Sirius promised, and Remus's eyes welled with tears. He'd been working so hard to keep it together for them, too. Ah, well. He pulled all of them into a hug, turning them into nothing but a pile of intertwined limbs on the couch. Do you want to stay here tonight? Both of you? Remus invited when an hour later, there was no sign of anyone letting go. We can use an extension charm so we all fit. Harry nodded, flopping into the middle of Remus's bed. Remus and Sirius slipped under the comforter on either side, and Remus started to stroke his cheek in the way that had always put him right to sleep. Harry batted his hand away. I'm not a baby, he protested as he closed his eyes and drifted off. Sirius watched him sleep for a few moments, then let out a long exhale when he finally looked at Remus. He's quite a kid, Remus commented. He was still a little embarrassed over Harry's initial assumption. He's got quite a dad, Sirius returned, eyes soft and gooey in the warm light of the fire. Remus felt his cheeks flush, and he looked away from the intensity of Sirius's stare. Good night, Padfoot, he said, snuggling into Harry's side and slinging an arm over both of them. Good night, Moons. Chapter 24, Advantage. They slept in a pile until 3:30, when Remus woke in a sweat he normally associated with moon fever. Sirius was always a clingy sleeper and Harry seemed to turn into a living warming charm when placed under a comforter, so Remus got up and moved to the couch until morning. The Daily Prophet headline Remus read at breakfast worked in Sirius's favor for the first time he could remember. Sirius Black innocent. Peter Pettigrew confesses to casting 1981 blasting curse that killed 12 muggles. Remus couldn't contain his smile as he read the article. He wanted to crush Rita Skeeter under his heel, of course. She was writing with a tone of shock at the Ministry's treatment of Sirius that implied the prophet hadn't been running stories about his atrocious crimes all summer. But the change in attitude of the primary news source in Wizarding Britain was enough for him, and his grin grew when Severus Snape read his paper with a look of absolute disgust. Their lives carried on much the same through October as they had for September, except now Sirius had the freedom to pop in and out as he saw fit. Remus regularly returned to his office to freshly baked treats or his preferred bars of Muggle chocolate. Harry found new Quidditch gloves on his bed and new books on magical creatures on his shelves, though he wasn't entirely sure how Sirius managed to get into the Gryffindor dorms. Sirius met Harry in Hogsmeade for his first ever visit, and Harry introduced him to Ron and Hermione. When Remus saw Sirius for a drink at the Hog's Head after the kids were back at school, Sirius claimed he only felt a little like a Magi Zoo animal. When he asked Harry about it later, his son just shrugged and said, "I don't know. People always stare at me, don't they?" and moved on. The October full fell on a Saturday, so Remus didn't even need Sirius to cover his class. He once again just barely made it through the flu in time because Snape waited until the last minute to drop off his wolfsbane, and Sirius insisted on brewing it the next month instead. Remus's stomach squirmed at the thought, something about Sirius's newfound insistence on taking care of him, on taking care of them, snuffed out his normal tendency for stubborn independence. Instead, he felt a bolt of pleasure that Sirius Black, handsome, intelligent, determined Sirius Black seemed to think the most valuable way to spend his time was making sure Remus and Harry knew they were loved. On the first Wednesday in November, Harry was being a bit of a nuisance in Remus's class. He and Ron kept whispering to each other and distracting everyone around them, and Neville was bursting into spontaneous giggles at increasingly frequent intervals. It didn't take Remus long to put two and two together. Remus warned them twice, and when Neville guffawed loudly enough it startled Parvati into spilling her inkwell. He had enough. "Mr. Potter," he barked, looking at Harry sharply. "You'll meet me following your last class for detention. Change into something casual, we're going to be putting in a lot of physical effort." Harry groaned, rolling his eyes. "Duh, it's not that big of a deal. Parvati didn't even wreck her notes, see? She siphoned off all the extra." Remus arched a stern eyebrow. "It's Professor Lupin in class, Mr. Potter, and you would do well to remember that good results don't excuse bad behavior." Harry crossed his arms and slouched in his chair, but he kept his wand to himself for the rest of class. When Harry turned up at his office just after 4, Remus was packing a few sturdy white boxes into a backpack. He saw Harry's eyes widen at the supplies and chuckled at his son's concern. "You're not really in trouble, he assured him. "I'm just not supposed to take you outside the grounds unless it's a school-sanctioned break, so I needed a way to kidnap you. It's a special occasion." "It is? What's happening today?" "You'll see when we get there. Let's go." They flew home and were immediately drawn into a hug by a surprised Sirius. "Happy birthday," Remus wheezed through the tight squeeze and heard the sentiment echoed by Harry next to him. Remus had told Sirius not to make supper plans, but that was the extent of his knowledge. Remus set the table and unloaded a veritable feast of Sirius's favorite beef burgundy, garlic mashed potatoes, gravy, Caesar salad, and roasted carrots. For dessert, he brought the strawberry cheesecake Sirius used to eat until he was sick back in Hogwarts, and he had sweet-talked the house elves into dipping into the wine stash Dumbledore kept on hand for entertaining the Board of Governors. Then he cast a stasis charm over the table to keep everything warm and pulled 2 shrunken broomsticks out of the bag and expanded them back to full size. "I thought we could play a little 2-on-1 before we ate," he explained, gesturing to Harry's joggers. "It'll probably take both of us to beat Harry, and he has a match on Saturday so he'll want to be on top form." Harry grabbed his firebolt from where it was hovering next to the table and sprinted outside. Sirius watched him go fondly, then turned to Remus. "Thanks for all this," he said softly, looking over the spread. The Comet 260 Remus had quietly borrowed from the broom shed, and Remus's light gray sweats. "I thought you deserved a real birthday for once," Remus shrugged. Sirius had been in Azkaban since his 21st, for fuck's sake. The least Remus could do was bring him a meal and fly a little. Sirius ran upstairs and put on an old pair of Remus's joggers, Merlin, his thighs. Was he doing this on purpose? It took all the willpower Remus had not to sink his teeth into him, and a long-sleeved shirt that pulled tight around recently rebuilt biceps. "I think I'm going to get you some new clothes for your birthday," Remus told him when he regained the power of human speech. "All that work you've been doing in the garden is making you too brawny for my skinny arse shirts." "What, you don't like them all stretched out?" Sirius asked, squirming around as he tried to look down at himself from every angle, and that fucker knew exactly what he was doing, damn him. Remus just hummed in frustration and followed him outside. They spent the evening playing Quidditch against Harry. Turns out Remus was more of a hindrance than a help. Harry beat them 380 to 180 because Sirius nearly laughed himself off his broom at Remus's tentative flying, and gorged themselves on delicious Hogwarts cooking. Sirius showed Harry the greenhouse, his new pride and joy, while studiously avoiding the plants in the southwest corner. "Are you going to come to my match on Saturday?" Harry asked nervously as they prepared to flew back to Hogwarts. "Only, it's a really important match. We're playing Hufflepuff and Wood thinks we have a really good shot, but it's going to be a tough win. Their seeker, Cedric Diggory. He's pretty much the best in the school. He's a 6th year, and he's really fast, and I learned some of my moves by copying him because he's so good, and I really want you to be there if we beat him." "Them. Beat them." Sirius ruffled his hair then pulled him into a hug. "I won't miss it, Prongslet. It's easily the thing I've been most looking forward to for the last month." "Thanks, Padfoot. See you Saturday." Harry waved as he stepped through the grate. They were cutting it very close to curfew. Remus took Harry's spot in front of the fire. "Sorry we couldn't stay. I really shouldn't have even let him come for supper. I had to give him a frivolous detention to sneak him out of the castle." "That's okay, I understand." Sirius studied his socked feet, his shoulders slumped. He looked so sad, Remus could feel his heart tugging him upstairs toward their bedroom. The sheets would be cool and soft and smell like Sirius, and he'd fall asleep with gentle, calloused fingers brushing up and down his arms. He sighed, thinking of Harry waiting on the other end of the flue for Remus to escort him back to Gryffindor Tower. "I really am sorry." Remus took a step closer and reached for Sirius's hand. "I miss you terribly during the week. Hogwarts isn't the same place without you terrorizing the corridors." One side of Sirius's mouth lifted. He always perked up when Remus brought up their time together at school. He suspected it was an almost Pavlovian response, something about the association with James put Sirius at ease. Sirius shook his head. "You'd hate for me to be there now. You'd have to give me detention constantly, and eventually you'd run out of creative punishments." Remus's blood sang hot in his veins and desire curled low in his stomach. The man was a fucking menace. Sirius cleared his throat, and Remus dragged his eyes away from their cycling between the exposed collarbone he wanted to suck a bruise into and the deep V of the muscles next to Sirius's sharp hip bones, pointing like an arrow to what Remus knew from experience was a most excellent dick. "So, what's with the Hufflepuff seeker?" Sirius asked him, retreating back into safer territory. "Prongslet has his first crush, then?" "Cedric Diggory?" "I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's Oliver Wood, actually," Remus corrected. Sirius hummed skeptically. "Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, Mooney. It's the seeker. I have the advantage here, Pads. I see these kids every day, and I've seen the way Harry jumps to attention at every word that boy says. It's Wood. I bet you 10 galleons it's Diggory." "10 galleons, Padfoot? What are we, 15? "Fine," Sirius huffed. "If you win, I'll show you exactly what you've been openly ogling all night long. Same terms if I win." Remus felt himself blush bright red at being called out directly. "I am not taking that bet, Pads." "That's because you know I'm right, Moonshine," Sirius practically sang at him, grinning in clear victory. Between Remus's brilliant flush and his supposed acknowledgement Sirius may have the better read on Harry's romantic inclinations, he wasn't sure which pleased Sirius more. "Good night, Padfoot," he said pointedly as he stepped toward the fire. "Good night, Moons. I'll be there to collect my winnings on Saturday." Sirius popped through Remus's flu at 8:30 on Saturday morning with a grin and a level of enthusiasm Remus more often associated with a much later hour. He had no idea where Sirius dug up one of James's old Quidditch jerseys. It must have been hiding in the attic somewhere, but he'd be damned if he could remember seeing it since they were in school. And Remus was certain he would remember seeing Sirius in this Quidditch kit. His hair was starting to grow out enough to curl around his ears and down into his collar, and Remus knew from days in bed recovering from the full that it was just as soft and silky as it looked. Sirius ran his fingers through it, twisting it up like he was trying to force the too short locks into a bun, and Remus's stomach lurched like he'd just stepped into one of the vanishing stairs. How did Sirius manage to do that? They'd technically been married for almost 14 years at this point, and they'd been together for literally half of Remus's life. Why did he still make Remus feel like a bumbling, closeted 15-year-old? Sirius came with him to breakfast, Harry greeting him with a shouted "Padfoot" across the great hall. The boy raced over to give him a whispered play-by-play of the Gryffindor game plan, expounding on Oliver Wood's Quidditch genius. Remus smirked and raised an eyebrow, and Sirius shook his head. "We'll see on the pitch, Moons," he hissed. "There's no telling until we see them all together." They followed the students down to the pitch after Remus had polished off a third helping of sausages. Sirius still instinctively moved to sit with the Gryffindor students after all these years, which Remus found adorable. Instead he led them to seats in the top row of the faculty section. The teams were huddled near their hoops, and Harry was listening with rapt attention and mouth agape as he listened to last-minute instructions from Wood. Remus nodded to the group of scarlet jerseys. "Look at him, Pads. It's Wood. Guarantee it," he murmured. Sirius shook his head. "Wait until the game starts, Moon Pie. It's still too soon to tell." Madam Hooch blew the whistle, and the teams met in the center of the pitch. Harry and Cedric Diggory were facing off against each other in the standard seeker position before the balls were released, and Remus saw Diggory smile politely at Harry and mouth good luck. Harry's grip on his broom slipped and he dropped a couple feet, only to slowly bring himself level while blushing furiously. Sirius snorted. "Might be Diggory," Remus conceded quietly. Then the game was on. Harry regained his focus, and Sirius and Remus were keeping a separate score all their own. A point in Sirius's favor when the snitch flitted behind Harry's ear, but he didn't notice because he was watching Diggory in his peripheral vision. A point for Remus when Wood called a timeout and Harry kept drifting closer and closer to his captain until the game restarted. A point for neither when a third contender came on the scene. George Weasley came to hit a bludger sent Harry's direction and put his hand on Harry's arm to check he was okay. Harry stared at the spot where George had touched him for no less than 15 seconds before turning his attention back to the game. Honestly, if it was always like this, it was a miracle Harry managed to catch a single snitch in his entire career at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff was 20 points in the lead when Harry and Cedric spotted the snitch at the same time. It was midway down the field, flitting just in front of some Ravenclaw first years. Cedric was closer, but between the firebolt and Harry's tiny 13-year-old frame, he was considerably faster. They reached for the ball at the same time, but Harry threw himself forward on his broom and just closed his fingers around it. Cedric, a split second too late, closed his hand around Harry's wrist, and Harry actually fell off his broom. They were only about a meter above the ground, so no harm was done, and Sirius was cackling next to Remus in his apparent victory. Cedric landed gracefully next to Harry, pulling him up and offering a congratulatory handshake. Harry's shoulders curled inward in embarrassment, despite the impressive show he just put on, and Remus almost gave Sirius the admission he so desired. Then the Gryffindor team surrounded Harry and Oliver Wood grabbed his hand, raising it in victory above his head, and Harry flushed a deep maroon. His eyes kept flicking between Wood's face and the hand holding his. Harry's face settled in an expression somewhere between delight and nervousness. Sirius leaned into Remus's side and muttered in his ear. "It's both, right? It's gotta be both." He glanced at the field again, where the Weasley twins had hoisted Harry on their shoulders, and Remus was certain the poor kid was going to pass out. "All three," Sirius amended, and Remus snorted. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all three," he agreed. Chapter 25, Frost. After Sirius's trip to watch Harry's Quidditch match had no consequences for any party, Sirius visited Hogwarts far more often. He spent every weekend that month in Remus's quarters, beyond ecstatic to have the opportunity to leave Moony's little Welsh cottage and rejoin his favorite members of the wizarding world. Sirius made Remus's wolfsbane for the month of November, and they both relished in the daily visits for the week leading up to the full. Sirius spent his mornings in Remus's office, dropping off a flask of his favorite tea, a plate of warm scones, and a steaming goblet of wolfsbane. They talked through Remus's lesson plans for the day, planned what Sirius needed to cover the following Tuesday, and knocked their knees together under the table like they were still 17 and hiding their relationship from their friends. The Tuesday after the full, Sirius dressed in Moony's teaching robes and spent the day trying to wrangle a bunch of 11 to 18-year-olds. He really had a new appreciation for what a nightmare he and James must have been in class. Between the Weasley twins, who were clearly brilliant but did everything in their power to sidetrack him, and Neville Longbottom, who was so shy and nervous he could barely hold his wand, Sirius felt as though he experienced the entire spectrum of teaching in a single day. When he relayed this to Remus later, Remus laughed until he cried. Overall, the only hitch in the day was when Snape cornered Sirius after lunch and asked him a series of leading questions about how, on the third moon of the year, he suddenly managed to make it back to Hogwarts in time for class. Sirius told Snape with a polite smile that his new brewer must be more proficient than his previous one, as his transformation went even more smoothly this month than it had in September and October. The sour look on Snape's face carried Sirius through the rest of the day and convinced him to allow his fourth years to leave class 15 minutes early. November slipped into December, the stinging bite of first frost turned into the cold damp of a Scotland winter, and Christmas came to the Lupin Black household. Harry couldn't seem to control his temper in Dada for the first week in December, and he found himself with a detention that took up all of Saturday and most of Sunday. He, Remus, and Sirius spent the weekend decorating and baking. Sirius found a recipe for Kaju Kotli, which was one of Sirius's favorites from winter breaks and Diwali care packages from Effie. He even got the edible silver foil, which made all three of them look like they'd dipped their fingers in cauldrons of mercury before they were done. Then they built gingerbread houses using Hope's cookie recipe. Sirius's was the only one that managed to stay standing without any magic gluing it together, though he showed Harry a few tricks for next year's attempt. Harry flew back to Hogwarts alone that night, covered in powdered sugar and sick to his stomach on icing. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes bright as he waved goodbye before stepping through the grate. He allowed plenty of time to get back to the tower, and Remus didn't feel the need to escort him. Instead, he spent the evening drinking mulled mead by the fireplace with his feet in Sirius's lap, listening to the jazz Christmas standards still on the shelves from Remus's childhood. "Thanks for bringing him," Sirius said, one thumb absently rubbing up and down the center of Remus's foot while he stared into the fire. Remus snorted. "Like I'd have been able to stop him. He would have snuck into my office and followed behind me if I didn't find a way to smuggle him out." "He's very determined," Sirius smiled. "Reminds me a bit of Lily, honestly. Nothing could ever stop that woman once she made a decision. His planning is more of the James variety, but, you know. The determination is hers." "Yeah, he's a force," Remus agreed, looking into his glass as he swirled the liquid inside. "Did he ever tell you he killed a basilisk last year?" "What?" Sirius shouted, shoving Remus's legs to the side as he stood up. How in the ever-living fuck did that happen? I'm going to have to get on the board of governors, aren't I? Dumbles can't keep doing shit like this, it's dangerous. Does this connect directly into his office, or do I need to go through yours? What disgusting candy is the password this year? Remus snickered as he forced Sirius back onto the sofa beside him. He pulled him into his side and started carting his fingers through Sirius's hair. The motion calmed him, though not nearly as much as it would have under other circumstances. Sirius held himself stiffly against the back of the couch, ready to jump up and storm Dumbledore's office if he wasn't satisfied with Remus's answer. Of course he didn't kill a fucking basilisk, Pads. Are you mad? You think I wouldn't pull him out of school if there was a murderous monster roaming the castle? Well, you didn't seem that concerned when he was rocketing around the garden at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Seemed to find that funny, actually. I'm not the one who bought him a Merlin-forsaken racing broom. Remus pinched him in the side, and if squirming away from the pinch put him nearly in Remus's lap, so be it. They talked and drank and reminisced until the early morning hours, when they stumbled up the stairs and fell into their bed. Sirius fell asleep with his nose buried in Remus's neck, Remus with his forehead in Sirius's curls, and they woke to a new layer of snow and a bellowing 13-year-old in the living room. I thought we were putting up the tree. Harry yelled, stomping up the stairs when he couldn't find Sirius and Remus on the main level. Sirius groaned, shutting his eyes against the bright light reflecting off white snow. How much did we drink? He asked, trying to stretch the crick in his neck from how they'd been sleeping. 4 each, I think. All night. Remus mumbled, already reaching for his wand to summon hangover potions. Welcome to your 30s, love. If you have more than 2, you're out of commission for 3 days. They pulled on fresh clothes and wandered into the kitchen for the banana nut muffins Sirius baked the day before. Did you two have a late night? Harry asked, smirking as he took in their bleary eyes and slow movements. Yeah, we fell asleep on the couch at 11, Remus teased, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Normally it's closer to, what, 9? 8:30, Sirius corrected, spreading a big slab of butter on his muffin. Sure. Of course, Harry agreed. So where's the tree? Gotta cut it, Sirius said around a mouthful. Whole lot of woods behind the house. Is that legal? Harry asked, turning to Remus, who shrugged. As long as it's one of ours, I don't see why not. They went out to what Sirius fondly thought of as the werewolf preserve and selected a tree, a 6-foot Douglas fir Sirius cut down with 3 well-executed severing charms, and Remus levitated home. If the perfect tree was a touch outside the bounds of their property, well, a notice-me-not charm would prevent any of the muggles from taking offense. After a cold walk through knee-deep snow, Sirius and Harry set up the tree in the living room while Remus made 3 mugs of hot chocolate. Sirius insisted on stringing the Lupin's old Muggle fairy lights, which he neatly placed with his wand and plugged in. He suffered through the inevitable tradition of checking every light bulb for the broken one that was preventing a strand from working, while Harry made laps around the tree at an alarming pace putting on the garland. Then he and Sirius spent hours going through every ornament in the box, Harry explaining all of their origin stories while Sirius and Remus hung them on the tree. Harry talked Sirius into letting him put on the star with levitation and sticking charms, despite the fact he wasn't strictly allowed to do magic outside of school. Sirius looked over the living room with pleasure, feeling for the first time in his life like he had a family all his own. Monty and Effie had loved him like their own son, and James had loved him like a brother. But by the time he joined their family, he had been so soured on the season by the House of Black that he struggled to find the joy in it at all. Harry and Remus changed that for him. They accepted what he wanted from the weekend, and they incorporated him into their own traditions. Together they cobbled together a family all their own, and now that he had them back, Sirius was never letting go. Chapter 26, Globe. Sirius waited anxiously by the flue the afternoon of December 23, a pair of twinkling reindeer antlers on his head and 3 mugs of steaming apple cider hovering in front of him. It was the last day of term, and Remus and Harry were going to pop through the flu at any moment. Then they could start on the list of plans Sirius had laid out for their 2 weeks at home. 3 minutes later, Remus stumbled out of the grate and accepted his cup with a smile. "Thanks, love." He reached up to flick the red headband, setting the bells on the top antlers jingling. "These are cute." Sirius smirked back at him. "Course they are. I'm wearing them." He looked behind Remus expectantly. "Where's Prongslet? I thought he'd be with you." Remus smiled at him apologetically. He wanted to ride the train home with his friends. "Sorry, love. But look at it this way, you get to wear those ridiculous things to the platform and cause a giant commotion. It'll be fun." Sirius nodded, looking at his feet, and vanished the 3rd mug. "I don't even know if he likes apple cider anyway. It's fine." "Look at me, Pads," Remus said quietly, reaching forward and tilting Sirius's head up so he could look in his eyes, and oh. Sirius both loved and hated that look on his face. It was so soft and sweet it made Sirius's stomach ache, made him want to drown in the warm pool of Mooney's eyes, suspended in that honey until he couldn't breathe. But it bordered on pity. Pity that Sirius missed so much, that Sirius didn't know Harry's likes and dislikes, that Sirius was a cool uncle while Remus was da. How could a look so soft feel so sharp? He's 13, love. He wants to spend time with friends. He wants to burn his eyebrows off playing Exploding Snap, and buy one of everything off the snack trolley, and he wants to pretend to be embarrassed by your ridiculous antlers and the giant hug you give him at the station. But he loves that, and he loves you, too. Honestly, it's a miracle he's taken as much time away this year as he has already. 13-year-olds aren't known for voluntarily spending time with their dads. Sirius breathed a shaky exhale and blinked back tears. "You think so? Does he see me that way?" "Based on the frequency with which he asks when we're getting back together, I'm going to say yes. He definitely adores you, and he sees you as a parental figure. Or, at the very least, parent adjacent. He's well on his way, love. We'll all get there together." Remus ran his fingers through Sirius's ever-lengthening hair and down his arm, then tangled their fingers together and pulled Sirius to the sofa. They spent the early afternoon in front of the fire, Remus napping on and off with his head on Sirius's shoulder. Sirius shook him awake at 4:45 and they apparated to the designated point between platforms 2 2/3 and 4 7/8. The Hogwarts Express was just pulling into the station when they got to platform 9 3/4. Sirius stood by Remus's side as they waited for Harry, rocking back and forth on his heels in excitement. When a familiar head of dark hair stepped off the train, Sirius was across the platform in seconds. "Prongslet," he boomed, making himself heard over the din. Harry turned at the sound of his name and immediately flushed deep crimson when he saw Sirius's flashing antlers and his reindeer Christmas sweater. Sirius made a duplicate of his antlers and stuck them on Harry's head, then squeezed him in a tight hug. "You're so embarrassing, Padfoot," Harry mumbled, though Sirius could see him smiling when he pulled away. "How are you worse than Da? He's at least quiet, and his jumpers don't have pictures on them." "You don't like this one?" Sirius asked, grinning. "It's reversible. I can turn it inside out if you want, though on that side the reindeer are foo." "Has." Remus interrupted, shooting Sirius a mildly scolding look that barely hid his amusement. "Hi Ron, hi Hermione. Have a good trip?" "Yeah. I beat Ron and Seamus at Exploding Snap 3 times, and then Ginny came in to talk to Hermione and Ron tried to steal her pumpkin pasty so she hit him with a bat bogey hex." Harry giggled as his friend turned red. "It was great. For you, maybe," Ron grumbled. Harry waved goodbye to his friends and chattered Sirius's ear off while they walked to the flu station, antlers jingling all the way. Sirius spent most of Christmas Eve in the kitchen, preparing a full Christmas feast. He hummed along to the music playing on the record player, Remus's mother's old Christmas standards mixed with their records from school and beyond. He made roast goose with stuffing, roasted Brussels sprouts and parsnips, and mashed potatoes with gravy. There was cranberry cake with butter sauce as well as Harry's favorite treacle tart for dessert. "Has he always been like this?" Harry asked, sitting at the table after he'd been banished from the kitchen for trying to sneak bites of the tart. Remus, also banished, but for the offense of nearly scorching the gravy, shook his head. "No, this is new. This is very, very new. I can hear, you know," Sirius trilled at them over his shoulder, clearly enjoying himself immensely. "I had to find something to do with my time and somewhere to use all the produce, so I learned to cook." "You're welcome." He set the goose in the center of the table with a flourish, levitating all the other dishes over and magically serving them, too. Remus and Harry complimented his efforts sincerely, though Harry said he thought the Hogwarts treacle tart was still better. Remus nudged him under the table with his foot, chastising him for being rude, but Sirius was thrilled. He loved to hear his cooking was inferior to the Hogwarts elves if it meant they had moved beyond polite distance, and Harry felt comfortable offering brutal honesty. Christmas morning found Remus and Sirius still in bed at 9, much to Remus's delight. "I haven't gotten to sleep this late on Christmas morning in 12 years, Pads. Teenagers are amazing. Do you have any idea what it's like to do Christmas with a toddler?" Sirius breathed a sharp inhale, and Remus went stiff beside him. He propped himself up on an elbow and cupped Sirius's cheek with one hand. "I'm sorry," he apologized softly, running one finger over the high arch of Sirius's cheekbone. "I shouldn't have said that. I wish you could have been here, love. It's not fair." Sirius turned sincere gray eyes to Remus's sad gold. "I know, Moonshine. We both made mistakes, and we can't go back to change them now. I think I know where we can get a time-turner. Think it could take us back 12 years. Remus joked. Sirius gave him a wan smile and flipped so his back was to Remus's front. He moved to snuggle in closer so Remus knew he wasn't being cut off. Sometimes it's just easier to say things without looking. "I'm just happy I get this now, okay? I don't want you to feel like you have to tiptoe around our past. It fucking sucks. We can admit that. And I can acknowledge that being a single parent to the savior of the wizarding world was hard, while also wishing I was here to struggle with you. Both things can be true." "Both things can be true," Remus echoed back and pulled his arm more tightly around Sirius's waist. If either of them noticed the pair of tears that rolled into Sirius's pillow, they were too polite to say. "Whoa, thanks Padfoot," a pajama-clad Harry exclaimed as he unwrapped a full set of practice Quidditch balls. Sure, the bludgers floated more than they careened, and the snitch was a little slower than regulation, but Harry could get some practice in without Sirius needing a healer to see to his rotator cuff. He wasn't sure he could manage a whole summer of 4-hour practices. "You're welcome, Has. Maybe we can get the Weasleys over sometime, play a pickup game or two. I'm sure Ron wouldn't mind if George and Fred came along." Harry looked down to hide his flush, and Sirius grinned at Remus's eye roll. Remus gave Sirius a series of books on arithmancy and principles of Muggle engineering and construction. "I love seeing you create things. How do you feel about a new broom shed?" XX. And Harry gave him a Kenmare Kestrel's t-shirt. In return, he got Remus a first edition of 1984 and a book on house training dogs, which he immediately rolled into a tube, used to thwack a laughing Sirius on the head, and said, "They're trained." They spent the afternoon in an intense snowball fight, every man for himself, until Sirius and Harry ganged up on Remus and gave him a hood full of snow. They traipsed inside, noses red and smiles wide, for some hot chocolate. Harry turned on the telly for the first time in ages and they watched the Muppet Christmas Carol as a family. After the movie was over and all their gifts had been put away, Sirius put on the Rosemary Clooney Christmas album he favored and made hot toddies for himself and Remus, while Harry got another apple cider. Remus roasted chestnuts on the fire and they peeled them by hand, popping the sweet meat into their mouths with burning fingers. Harry fell asleep on the couch with his head in Sirius's lap. Sirius brushed his fingers through his hair as he absently watched Remus read in the chair across the room. He eventually left his position as Harry's pillow and stood to pour another drink for each of them, receiving a soft thank you from Remus when he set down the steaming mug. He stood by the tree, examining some of the ornaments Harry made in his Muggle primary school days and swaying gently with the music. He felt a wave of contentment wash over him. If he could stop time, suspend this moment in a glass globe to revisit and treasure forever, he happily would. He wondered vaguely if Orion and Walburga had a pensive somewhere at Grimmauld Place, but he brushed the thought off. He didn't want to taint such a perfect moment with thoughts of them and that place. He felt gentle hands on his hips, swaying along behind him. Remus placed his chin on Sirius's shoulder, pressing their cheeks together and aligning their bodies from top to toe. Sirius tilted his head back and leaned into the touch, hoping this would be his favorite Christmas gift, wrapped in soft flannel instead of shiny paper and a bow. Finally Mooney was ready to admit what they'd been carefully tiptoeing around, ready to stop pretending they were standing at the edge of a cliff when they both knew they were already plunging toward the water below. Remus's fingertips gripped more firmly. He still wasn't ready to lay full claim to Sirius, grab with both hands and hang on tight. But Sirius was a natural leader, and he was so fucking frustrated. He'd given Mooney the time and space he'd needed, they'd built a relationship, a family grounded in trust and mutual respect and love. They were ready. They could move past the war, past their betrayals, and into a future they built for Harry and for themselves, together. They were already married, for fuck's sake. There was nowhere else to go. Sirius turned around and snaked his hands around Remus's back, one pressing firmly between the lovely dimples above his arse that Sirius had been dreaming about since he was 15, and the other weaving its fingers into soft, golden curls. They continued to move together, Sirius cradling Remus's narrow frame as they danced slowly, off the beat of Rosemary's crooning but in sync with each other all the same. Sirius looked up at Remus through his long, dark lashes and saw Remus's lips part as he drew in a shaking breath. Pads, I. There was a rustling from the couch as Harry sat up, his groaning stretch capturing both their attention. What time is it? He yawned, rubbing at his eyes and reaching for his glasses. Sirius tilted his head forward, resting it on Remus's shoulder, and sighed. The moment was broken, shattered into a million glittering pieces around their feet, and Sirius knew trying to pick them up now would do nothing but cut and make him bleed. It's about midnight, Has. Ready for bed? Remus moved toward the sofa and his son, once again out of Sirius's reach. Harry nodded, yawned again, and followed Remus up the stairs. Coming, Padfoot? Harry asked, blinking sleepily from his spot halfway up the stairs. Yeah, Prongslit. I'm right behind you. Sirius bent to unplug the tree, bloody fire hazard. Next year he was doing wizarding fairy lights, and take some time to school his face back into the expression it had naturally been wearing all day. He waited 15 minutes, cleaning up the kitchen and vanishing the remaining boxes and wrapping paper. By the time he got to bed, Mooney was already asleep. When Sirius slipped between the sheets, he woke just enough to fling his arm wide in an invitation for Sirius to lay on his chest. Sirius pressed into his side, absorbing his warmth and feeling the tension in his shoulders loosen when Remus curled his arm around them and kissed his hair, already barely conscious. Tomorrow. They could try again tomorrow. This was enough for tonight. Chapter 27, Intoxicated. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Christmas, and Remus was drowning in a pool of self-loathing. He was being cowardly and needlessly cruel. He knew that. Sirius deserved better than to be held just at arm's length, too committed to leave, too loyal to find someone else. Remus was holding him hostage. Sirius had Stockholm Syndrome. Remus tried to get some time with him alone, an hour or two where they could talk things out and escape this limbo Remus trapped them in. But that night, and the next two, Sirius came to bed late, slipping in near silently when Remus was just barely hanging on to consciousness. Then he spent the days with Harry, playing games and teaching him spells and new tricks in the kitchen, laughing until they were both flushed and giddy. He'd look at Remus and his expression would freeze, his smile would become forced, and the corners of his eyes would tighten. Honestly, the full on the 28th was almost a relief. Remus was used to the pain by now, he got to keep his own mind, and Sirius took Harry on an overnight trip to Hogsmeade to raid the discount candy stash at Honeyduke's. It was better for everyone that way. They'd returned just after sunrise the next morning, both of them visibly concerned about having left Remus alone the night before despite Wolfsbane making the transformation the easiest it had ever been. They spent the rest of the holiday between the bed and the couch, Sirius taking care of all three of them as Remus recovered. Remus hurt him. He knew, and now he was the one who had to give Sirius the space and time to make sure this was what he wanted. It was all Remus's fault. His need to have everything perfect was stopping them from having anything at all, and he was furious with himself for it. The grate in Remus's quarters flared as he sat grading essays, and Sirius stepped through carrying a plate of brightly colored cookies. "I'm learning macarons," he said happily, eyes bright and smile broad. Remus stood and followed him to the kitchenette, leaning against the counter as Sirius unwrapped the treats. "Brown is chocolate fudge, green is pistachio, and pink is strawberries and cream." He handed Remus a chocolate one, knowing his preferences without having to ask, and Remus took a bite. "Holy shit, Sirius. This is amazing. You made this?" "Yeah. It wasn't that hard, actually. You just have to age the egg whites, and let the batter rest, and wait some more when they're piped out. Macarons are all about patience." I can't believe you even attempted them," then, Remus teased, giving Sirius a fudgy grin. "You'd be surprised." Sirius lowered his voice and took a step closer, making Remus's heart pound and his blood sing. "I can be incredibly patient if I think the results will be worth it." He hovered, just inside Remus's personal space but still far enough away to make sure any contact couldn't be brushed off as an accident. Any touch would have to be planned. Intentional. Remus was nothing if not intentional. He surged across the small space between him, his hand slipping into Sirius's dark locks as easily and naturally as it had when they were 17, and he pressed their lips together. Sirius let out a sound somewhere between a whimper and a moan and opened his mouth to let Remus's tongue slip inside. The plate clattered to the floor, desserts forgotten, as he wrapped his arms around Remus's waist and splayed broad hands across Remus's back. He pulled their hips together and Remus felt dizzy, already intoxicated by Sirius's hands on his skin and tongue swiping along his lip. Even after all this time, they slotted together like puzzle pieces, like two halves of the same whole. Sirius's hands were rough, searching, as he pawed beneath Remus's shirt and groped his arse. Remus yelped in surprise when Sirius gripped his thighs with strong hands and lifted him off his feet. Remus wrapped his legs around his waist, holding on for dear life, as Sirius carried him to press his back against the wall. He tilted his hips, using his body weight to hold Remus in place while he kissed and licked and sucked his way down his neck. Remus arched into the contact, breath coming in rapid pants. "I've been holding this off for months," Sirius growled, punctuating each word with a nip to Remus's earlobe, his jaw, his throat, his collarbone. "You have been driving me crazy with your sexy authoritative dad voice and your Professor Mooney jumpers." He ripped the offending garment over Remus's outstretched arms and immediately dipped his head to resume sucking bruises into the newly revealed skin. "Those fucking sweatpants on my birthday, Merlin and Morgana, were you trying to torture me?" Remus laughed, breathless and giddy, as he pulled Sirius's shirt over his head. Really? The sweatpants did it for you? Sirius pulled back to look at him sternly. Your whole dick, Mooney. I could see your whole entire dick print in those things. Remus felt his already considerable flush deepen. Like those joggers were any better, Jesus fucking Christ. I wanted to sink my teeth into your thighs. Remus squeezed Sirius's waist with his legs, wriggling where the thighs in question held him in place. Sirius carried him to the bed and dropped him on the mattress, sliding both of them out of their trousers and pressing him down with his body in a matter of seconds. It was quick and desperate, both of them not having the patience for anything else after months of aching need. Afterwards, Sirius lay on Remus's chest, staring up at him in the warm glow of the fire. Remus bit his lip as he ran his fingers through Sirius's chin-length curls. We were supposed to talk about this before that. Sirius laughed. What else do we have to talk about? We've worked it out, Moonbeam. I don't know, our relationship. Our trust issues. What are we to each other? Remus. Sirius's expression clearly told him he was being an idiot. We've been in a relationship for months. The fact that we weren't shagging didn't change the functionality at all. We're married. We have a kid. I trusted you with my literal life when I came to you after I escaped. We are fine. But isn't that too easy? After all this time, all that baggage, should it be harder than this? Remus asked, almost frustrated. If it really was that simple, why had he wasted so much time? That's the thing, Moonshine. Loving you has always been the easiest thing for me to do. Chapter 28, Same Old. January Moon. Professor Lupin, how surprising to see you this morning, Snape greeted him snidely at the breakfast table. I expected you to feel a bit under the weather. Sirius, polyjuiced into Remus, was focused on making his tea the same way Mooney did and putting marmalade on his toast with his tongue poking adorably between his lips. Godric, that face was so cute. Sirius had been thinking about that face every morning for 17 years, he could have mimicked it in his sleep. Good morning, Professor Snape. I'm not sure why you would assume such a thing, but I appreciate your concern for my well-being. It's very kind of you, Sirius, as Remus answered. Snape narrowed his eyes and huffed as he watched Sirius tuck into his breakfast in a very ravenous, Remus-like fashion. Sirius could feel Snape watching him and eventually turned to meet his gaze. Can I assist you in some way, Severus? The second he made eye contact, he felt Snape's legitimacy trying to sift through his thoughts. This was the same old trick he'd used frequently at Hogwarts to try and discover Mooney's secret. Unfortunately for Snape, Sirius was a much more experienced occlumens now than he was at 15. He pulled forward his memories of reviewing the day's lesson plans and smiled benignly back. The muscle in Snape's jaw jumped as he clenched his teeth, pushing harder but producing nothing incriminating. I know that's you, Black. I just have to prove it, Snape hissed, then stormed away from the table. Fuck, that's creepy, Remus grimaced at Sirius's still polyjuiced face when he got back to Remus's room that evening. How long until you change back? I had to redos halfway through dinner, so probably another 45 minutes or so. Urgh. I miss your face. It's so weird to see you wearing mine. Really? And here I was, rather enjoying spending the entire day in your body, Sirius smirked. Remus shoved his shoulder. Snape was asking questions at breakfast this morning, though. He tried legitimacy when I wasn't giving him what he wanted. Oh, he's still doing that, is he? He kept trying on me in September to prove I knew where you were. I think he was hoping to get me sacked. I just gave him some memories of reviewing lesson plans this morning. He didn't buy it, but he couldn't argue. Remus gave Sirius's body a once-over. We could give him a deterrent for next time if you'd like. We just need to get the perspective right. Next month's moon is a Saturday, so you won't have to cover for me. Want to make another batch of polyjuice anyway? I have an idea. February moon. Fuck, I love weekend moons, Mooney mumbled into Sirius's ear sometime in the late afternoon following February's full. I love getting to have you in bed all day. Are you sure you want to keep up the polyjuice charade? We can do this every month. I'm sure, love. It's better in the long run. Throws them off the scent. Remus huffed, he always got a little pouty after the full, and who could blame him? Sirius flipped over and snuggled into his chest, and in seconds they were both asleep. Sirius found all-nighters were a lot harder in his 30s. March moon. I have a question for Mooney, you go ahead. Harry pushed Ron and Hermione out of the room after Dada the day after the March full and approached Remus's desk. He waited until they were alone. Hi, Sirius. Is my da okay? He's fine, Has. It's just easier for him if I fill in. Avoids prying questions if he isn't missing too much work. Harry nodded, satisfied with the logic of that answer. How did you know I wasn't Mooney? I thought I was doing a good job. Harry shrugged. I could just tell. Nobody else will notice, I don't think. Sirius nodded. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Hazza. April moon. Mid-morning the day after the April full, Sirius walked into the staff room to find Snape berating Headmaster Dumbledore. That is not Remus Lupin, he hissed, gesturing vaguely in the direction of Remus's office. It's the day after the full moon, it's impossible for him to be teaching. Sirius cleared his throat, the sound a little more hoarse coming from Remus's throat than from his own, and Snape's gaze snapped to glare at him. As I told you in November, Professor Snape, the new brewer of my Wolfsbane potion seems to be more proficient than my previous one. I believe it has something to do with him getting me the doses on time, though I can't be certain. Regardless, it has been no trouble for me to continue my teaching duties despite my lycanthropy. Snape sneered and returned his attention to Dumbledore. That is Sirius Black, Professor, I would stake my reputation on it. Is it responsible to allow a convicted murderer to teach children? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his glasses as he took in the arguing men. Severus, I see Remus Lupin standing in front of me and no evidence he's being impersonated by anyone else. And according to the Wizengamot, rumors of Sirius Black's guilt have been wildly exaggerated. Snape's face drained of color as he realized he had no ally in the headmaster. I suppose it's no worse than employing a werewolf. A dark creature and a dark wizard teaching defense against the dark arts. What could possibly go wrong? He settled into a chair by the fire and watched resentfully as Dumbledore left the room. Sirius fixed himself a pot of tea and sat just at the edge of Snape's line of vision, finding the other man's frustration immensely satisfying. May moon. Snape cornered Sirius in the hallway between morning classes and lunch. He didn't even bother asking questions this time, he was apparently relying on surprise to startle Sirius into giving up his identity. Sirius had been looking forward to this, actually, and was disappointed when Snape didn't confront him at breakfast. He'd wanted to ruin Snape's entire day, instead of just half of it. His face remained stoic while he pulled a memory to the fore. He and Remus had polyjuiced into each other for an hour and made the most of their time. He thought of the way Mooney's torso looked from the top, scars crisscrossing his lean body and leading to sharp hip bones. He thought of the way his own mouth looked, full of Remus's cock as he fucked his throat and pulled roughly on his hair. Snape made a disgusted noise and withdrew from Sirius's mind. Sirius barely noticed, he was thinking about the way Mooney's kiss tasted after he'd come down his throat. You're repulsive. You're invasive. I would advise you to stay out of other people's heads. Snape turned a delightful shade of puce and stalked off, pointedly not looking at Sirius for the rest of the day. If Sirius was lucky, he'd do so indefinitely. Chapter 29, Sleepover. May turned into June, and exam season fell over Hogwarts Castle. Remus was pleased by the success of all the exams he graded and had no reason to anticipate anything less from his Owl and Newt students. He considered his first year back in the wizarding world to be a wild success. As a bonus, Snape hadn't so much as looked in his direction since Sirius gave him a show after the May moon. Since January, Sirius had been spending more and more time at the castle. He stayed in Remus's room most nights, spent his days tinkering at the cottage, then came back for supper and, if he was lucky, a visit with Harry. He even managed to get his flying motorbike back from Hagrid and was restoring it to its former glory. Remus had to pretend to hate the thing, of course, but there were few things he enjoyed more than spending a couple hours straddling Sirius as they flew over Wales. 2 days before the students were set to return home for the summer, the headmaster caught Remus before he left the Great Hall after supper. "Professor Lupin, a word if you don't mind." Remus gulped. He was 34 years old and still felt like he was about to get detention every time he was summoned by Albus Dumbledore. He followed Dumbledore into his office and settled in one of the oddly squashy armchairs as the headmaster fixed them each a cuppa. "Do you know what your spouse has planned for next term, Professor Lupin? I'm assuming he doesn't have any current engagements, given the amount of time he spends in your quarters." Remus's eyebrows knit. He really shouldn't be surprised the old bastard was keeping track of their movements. Typical Dumbles. "How did you know about that, sir? Did you think the wards of this school didn't track flu activity, Professor? This is one of the most secure buildings in Wizarding Britain. It is not against the rules for a teacher to have a sleepover with another consenting adult." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon glasses. "Now, do you know his plans?" Remus shook his head. "I assume more of the same, but we haven't specifically discussed it. Please, have Mr. Black send me an owl when he has the opportunity. I have something I'd like to discuss with him." Remus thanked the headmaster and returned to his room, where Sirius was having a mirror conversation with Harry. "He's literally in the building, you know. You could just go talk to him. Or ask him to come down." Remus leaned down to kiss his cheek as Sirius disconnected the mirror link. "No, I was just settling an argument between him and Dean about which jinxes a shield charm can block. Some hypothetical would-you-rather type thing." Remus arched an eyebrow at him. "Hypothetical? They'll absolutely be slinging jinxes by now, yes," Sirius agreed. Remus was certain they were both thinking of the shielded stinging versus unblocked tickling to the bollocks debacle of their 4th year. Surprisingly, shielded stinging was the better option. "Why are you late? You should have been back from dinner half an hour ago. Dumbles wanted to talk to me. He asked you to send him an owl, but he definitely knows you're here so you could just go to his office. Surprise him for once. Password is Maltesers." An hour later, Sirius came back looking like he'd been confounded. "What happened? Are you alright?" Remus was concerned. Whatever Dumbledore said had shocked Sirius. "He offered me a job. Arithmancy. Apparently Professor Vector is retiring. And you're going to take it?" Sirius hesitated. "Pads. You're going to take it, right? If I do, who will cover for you after full moons?" Sirius asked, once again making Remus his priority. "I'll just take the time off and we'll go back to having other teachers substitute. Or maybe some guest speakers. I can get by. But I enjoyed doing my Professor Mooney impression every month." "You can't have been that good at it," Harry sniffed you out, Remus teased, poking Sirius in the side. "Pfft, please. I was great. I could do Professor Mooney in my sleep." "Somnophilia is a new kink for you, love. We might have to talk about that one first, you know I need my rest." Remus snickered as Sirius shoved him hard enough to lie flat on the sofa, then decided to join him. Remus started playing with Sirius's long strands of curls as Sirius nuzzled into his chest, both of them considering the offer. I did really enjoy filling in for you, Sirius mused. And I could just be here all the time without making the poor house elves send food to your office. And I could see Harry every day. Remus hummed, nodding in agreement with his logic. He wanted Sirius to take the job, of course, but Remus had learned long ago that telling Sirius to do anything had a 50-50 shot of ensuring he did the opposite. Sometimes he just needed someone to listen while he worked to come to a decision on his own. He drew small circles on Sirius's back as he continued to think out loud. And I do enjoy arithmancy, and I think incorporating principles of Muggle physics and engineering would be an interesting way to approach the subject and could garner some respect among the students less familiar with Muggles. Maybe we could do a joint project with Muggle studies. I mean, I know that's more day-to-day functioning than complicated. You sound like you're planning lessons already, love. Are you sure you don't have your answer? Remus tipped his head up to look at Sirius's face and smiled when he blushed. You're going to be a nightmare, aren't you? You're going to teach them how to get into more effective trouble that's harder to combat. Godric, the Weasley twins are in arithmancy, aren't they? Maybe I should just quit now, live off my husband's riches and save myself the headache. Sirius opened his mouth to argue, half a smirk visible as his very active imagination considered the possibilities, but Remus caught Sirius's lips with his own before he could make his case. Never thought I'd see the day Sirius Black went to class with the intention of anything besides creating chaos. Should be fun. Sirius sighed into the kiss and deepened it, the both of them pleased they had something new to look forward to, together. Super secret, not really a chapter author summary epilogue. And Sirius took the job, and Snape quit when he heard because the idea of having to deal with both Remus and Sirius was his worst nightmare, and it turns out Regulus survived the cave and had just been fucking around in France for the last 15 years after destroying the only Horcrux in existence, so when he heard the position for potions teacher was open, he applied and was hired, and he and Sirius fixed their relationship and Harry gained a new cool uncle, and Voldemort was never resurrected and Harry got to just be a kid, and Remus and Sirius quit their jobs when he left Hogwarts so they could follow around his professional Quidditch team, and Harry spent a decade playing pro Quidditch and shagging his way through the hot athletes on the international Quidditch circuit, and then he settled down with Cedric Diggory who is alive and had a couple kids and Wolfstar became granddads. The end.